Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting for Monday, February 9th, 2026. Today's meeting is mostly focused on budget. So we have a lot of people in the room here from finance to guide us carefully through the intricacies of budget. First of all, there's not anybody in the gallery that I can see at this point, so I don't need to go into all the finer points about mustering stations and washrooms, exits. Staff know where they are. I will, however, acknowledge the fact we are doing our business today on the traditional unceded territory of the Comox First Nation. We're going to plow right into this because this is about as exciting as it gets for people in accounting services. We have a resolution status report to kick us off for receipt. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the status report? Seeing none. Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. Public input for the 2026-2030 financial plan over to CAO.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll turn the microphone to Lucy Bachark, our Chief Financial Officer, to provide this update on public input.
Welcome, Lucy.
Thank you. Good morning, directors. Through the CAO to the chair and directors. Just really quick on the public engagement. It was launched, as I mentioned, at last week's meeting on January 21st. There's a couple of pieces of feedback that related to use of the site and also about recreation areas. There's nothing new since last week. So no new feedback to report on. And if you'd like, I can just go into a few other opening remarks in the next item if you would like, Chair.
Thank you very much. Need to receive that. We're moving on.
Okay.
Now we get into reports and presentations. So the first one up is 2026-2030 financial plan, and back over to Lucy.
Okay. Thank you. Again, through the chair, just quickly, directors were present in the meeting last week at the CBRD. Was our day one for budget. And at this time, I usually go through process. So since you were all there, I won't go through the process that we use again. But I do have one item for you before we get going. One thing that's unique about EASC is the use of community works funds. So as we did last budget cycle, staff have brought forward a status report on this grant fund. And we'll go through with directors how community works funds has been layered into your proposed budget. And we also have a few areas where you may want to be considering using the funds for some 2025 projects as well. So that's the only different thing as we go into this meeting, and we do have the community works fund scheduled first on your agenda. Thank you.
Very good. So anybody wanting to look it up is www.comoxvalley.rd.ca/current budget. And you can follow along, follow the bouncing balls. On number 2, Community Works Fund Status Report, here's the 2026-2030 allocations report for receipt. Moved on receipt. Seconded on receipt. And over to staff.
Great. And Kelly Broughton will be introducing this report. Kelly is our Manager of Financial Planning. Over to you, Kelly.
Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you through the CAO to the directors. Staff are here today to request approval to include the Community Works Funds allocation outlined in this report into the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. Community Works Funds, formerly the gas tax funding, have supported local governments for many years, and they are now delivered through the Canada Community Building Fund. Importantly, it is a stable and predictable source of funding and supported by an active 10-year agreement. This stability allows us to plan ahead and responsibly incorporate these funds into our financial plans. As of December 31st, 2025, the CBRD has approximately $1.2 million in unallocated community works funds. The unallocated balances by electoral areas are shown in table 1 of the report. Looking ahead, the CBRD will receive just under 1.2 million in 2026 and about 1.24 million annually in future years. Over the last 2 budget cycles, staff have continued to refine how community works funds are allocated within the financial planning cycle. Allocations are now considered alongside proposed capital projects during budget development to allow the board to look at a community works fund in a broader context of tax impacts, reserves, and debt to allow for more holistic decision-making. Overall, maximizing the use of the community works funds helps to keep the tax requisitions down, reduces borrowing, and supports long-term service sustainability. For the 2026 to 2030 financial plan, staff recommend just over $1 million in community works funds allocation. These funds support 5 projects, including sewer and liquid waste planning work, trails, and fire service infrastructure. In each case, the use of community works funds helps to avoid debt or eases pressure on the service reserves. Staff also reviewed previously approved 2025 capital projects that will be carried into 2026. 4 projects are recommended for additional community works funding, totaling about $2 million. These adjustments reduce or eliminate debt financing and helps to stabilize reserves for future use. In all cases, this results in long-term operational savings through reduced debt servicing costs and increased stability with resilient reserve planning. As part of this review, staff identified 3 projects where community works funds can be decommitted. This is due to the reduced project scope or adjustments to scheduling. In total, approximately $454,000 would be returned to the applicable electoral areas available community works funds balances. With the long-term funding agreement in place, staff are able to plan the community works funds strategically. Appendix B provides a 10-year outlook by electoral area reflecting the recommended allocations and decommitments. Thank you, and staff are available for questions.
Questions? Director Arbour.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the comprehensive report. We've actually come quite a long ways from 2018 when I first joined. Community Works was a much shorter report. So I bring a slightly different lens on this one. And overall, so it's just criteria. I think that when staff is at the criteria level where you've brought in a lot of good rigor is really looking at sort of the financial planning perspective for each service and the value for the services, right, and the role that community works. So that's really well explained in the report. But ever since I got elected, and it was part of why I ran for office, was community works funds allocation. I treat the 5 communities in Area A as you would treat like 5 Cumberlands. Like I see them as very distinct villages. So I don't have a service lands value for service lands on the locations. I have more of an equity consideration lands, which would be neat if in the future staff could put that land. So when I see, for example, that Royston Water, of course, has a lot of needs, but we're now proposing to put like $1.6 million of community works fund in it, and leaving that's in the Bain Sound basket. And we did some allocation for Union Bay Fire Hall, but that leaves out Fanny Bay. So for me, when I think about what are the needs in Fanny Bay and where can we leverage, I would like to propose that we amend this report to actually deallocate 200,000 for the Royston Water and assign it to the foundation work that needs to be done at the Fanny Bay Hall. Hornby and Denman is pretty good. I've kept pretty good tabs on where they're at because they're in the same basket as well. And that part was okay. And I was actually happy to see the Hornby Fire and also Hornby Trail, and a lot of community works fund over the years has gone to the Cross Island Trail and Denman. So there's a recalibration happening there. And my last point, just on criteria, and again, maybe not for this year, but for future years. So one is like that kind of, especially for Area A, consideration to the communities. And I don't have anything pressing this year, but one of the greatest success we've had with community works fund in my area was around the Arts Center on Hornby Island. And this was outside of our services. And I know that UBCM has made the contract more difficult to put money arm's length. But that 175,000 that we put in at the time, they had 175,000. It turned into $3 million investment on Hornby. And so for me, I'm not going to stop looking outside of our services for places where we may have opportunity, but I realize that I'll need to do some work to make sure, and maybe you can explain that too. With the new bar that's been set in the new BCM contract, what will it take to make an investment in something that may not have been identified as a regional priority or as a service? Maybe I'll have those questions this year. But for today, my only adjustment really would be that consideration of moving a portion of the allocation for the Royston water system to Fanny Bay. And again, that 200 grand, I think, I mean, other staff can comment, but there's a definite need there. Their foundation has been identified for 2-3 years. We've had presentations, and I think it would be a huge boost in their arm. And in this case, it's actually one of our service now being the community hall services. So we don't, hopefully we can make that work. So that's my feedback on this report.
I just had one, if I could, just one comment, and I thank you for always appreciate the feedback on this particular fund, because it's very important to helping the financial situation in many of your services. And I just wanted to pinpoint, as we move forward, we've been thinking a little bit about whether to actually bring you a policy where you can put these parameters into it on what guides it. So I just think, as you speak today about moving forward and adding some of these pieces into it, that it just solidifies for me that I think it'd be really excellent work to actually bring that forward into a policy. And totally understand how you approach your allocation. Just on a second thought of where an equity across all of your areas. What I did want to say is the other lands that we as finance take on it, as well as we're watching your balances that are sitting there. And $9 million of unspent funds that we still have to go through. Just in some of your buckets, you still have a fair bit of dollars that haven't been allocated out. So you just want to maybe just keep a lens to that as well. And it may be those places where, okay, well, then potentially grouping your funds together and putting it into another overall use, maybe something that you might want to consider, because we, as you know, we get pressures to ensure that we're spending the money as well. And that's just a second lens that we put on. But thank you very much. And Kelly, from the changes to these allocations, is there anything else that you want to add?
No, just so I'm clear though. So the Fanny Bay fire, they have 2 projects that are in 2029. So you wanted to shift.
The Fanny Bay Hall?
Sorry, I thought you said Fanny Bay fire.
No, it's for the community hall, which they're changing the name as of last week. They're going to change it to community center. Yeah.
Okay.
And can I provide one more piece of feedback, Chair, if I may? On that last point, I think it's clear in the report that in Area A, we're actually tend to be underwater. I realize that you have remaining balances that are significant, but those are in Area C and B. I spend every dollar I have, and I try to track from here. That's the other lens I bring. Unless there's a clear need like that you can expect 5 or 10 years down the road. For me, I'm almost like on a 2-year basis. I'm trying to spend down the funds in the 10-year contract so that we're not sitting on money unnecessarily. But I am eyeing the reserves in Area B and C with jealousy in some ways, because with my method, I'm always broke.
Thank you. Any questions, directors?
Can I just ask for clarity? I think, Kelly, it sounds like you've got this, but the Director Roberts request that $200,000 be from Community Works Area A be put towards the community center at Fanny Bay. And that comes out of the proposed increase to the Royston Water. So right now, Table 3 suggests a proposed increase of $720,000. You'd like to see that at $520,000, and then the 200 remainder goes to the Fanny Bay Community Hall / Center. Okay, thank you.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, the work for the foundation is in the proposed budget. Just correct me if I'm wrong. It is not. Okay. So we will, I'm just like full clarity on what the resolution is going to be here, that for our Table 3, we'll reduce that by the $200,000. And we will, recognizing that you want 200,000 for the foundation, and we'll deal with that as the service comes up. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me talk that through.
Thanks. Well, while we're talking about the equity lens, traditionally the electoral areas have always cooperated and tried to balance projects out according to need, not necessarily according to even proportionment. And I would point out that Area C gas tax money, that $946,888 from Area C has gone to the South Sewer Project in Area A, as well as $400,000 into the Union Bay Fire Department. So, you know, it casts a little bit of a different pale on the fact that some people feel that they may not be not getting the equitable amount of apportionment. You know, there's a point right there. So, but my question is around the liquid waste management plan, or the functions 340, which I always have problems with. We're talking about $200,000 total going towards that liquid waste management. I'd like to know exactly a little better breakdown on that. Is that going to, any of that going to be going towards our pilot project for septic health? Because I know that function has been explained many times that it's not really for liquid waste management. When it comes to liquid waste management, we can't use that to fund rebates for septic health, septic pumping, septic inspection, things like that. So we are proceeding with a pilot project. So is that money earmarked for that pilot project?
Just give a chance here for finance staff to identify the detail.
Sorry, we're just looking at the details because I can't remember off the top of my head. So it was just for the overall liquid waste management plan within that service. It's not specifically for the sewer project that you were referring to. Sorry, the septic project that you were referring to. It's just general planning.
For the plan.
I think given that that is one of the priorities of 340 of the liquid waste management plan service, then I think it would be fair to say that that contribution here does support the work plan related to the septic pilot and other activities under the LWMP. So it is part and parcel put together with the work plan that you've set in front of us.
Thanks very much. So just correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that this bylaw could be changed to include that kind of a mandate under 340, but we would have to put it up for a referendum during the election. Is that correct?
I think we've looked at the purpose of Service 340, and it is about planning, liquid waste management planning. And allows for the research in that to do more operational activities. I believe the analysis is that you'd have to change the purpose of the service bylaw, and that's something that would need electoral approval.
So we couldn't do that just with the directors agreeing.
I don't believe so.
So I would put forward the possibility of putting that on the ballot in the fall, because right now it's kind of a lame duck. We need more money for planning because we have more planners. But, you know, as far as actual, some actual substantive benefit to the community, it's sort of nebulous, right? Something like a proper septic inspection rebate system would be a lot more beneficial, I think, to the population as a whole. Because we do know that when it comes to public funded septic, sewers, et cetera. It's kind of a long shot these days to even consider it. So I'm just curious if that would be something to put on the back burner. Talk about at a later date. I won't hold everybody up here, but I do think that particular service needs to be expanded to actually be functional, operational, and deliver tangible benefits to the public.
I think there's a good conversation to be had there around the Service 340 and the purpose of it and what it is set out to accomplish and what its mandate and authority is. I don't know that we've got the staff and the background here to speak to it in
No,
this
of
moment.
course,
but,
it's given that we have to move on. We're on budget here, but I'm just
we can make
firing a shot across the bow, if I'm allowed to say that.
we'll make a note and connect with you as chair.
Sure. That service is up on Wednesday's meeting, so we can discuss that first.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay. Okay, but for the meantime and for community works funds, just for clarity, what we're proposing in here, these dollars of community works funds, that they are for the plan. They help to offset the cost of the plan.
Okay, one more question then, considering Area C, the Mount Washington Fire ladder truck. That's $550,000. Are we talking about ordering a truck and the lead time on ordering it? Because we don't even have a fire hall up there right now. So I'm just wondering if that is something that maybe could be postponed till after the fire hall is built. Over to Director Bruce Green or Chair Bruce Green.
So I'm not sure what you're looking at currently, but Mount Washington does currently have a ladder truck that we took over for Comox. It is good for another 7 years before it has to be replaced. So that might be a replacement for that in that time. I'm not sure, but there is currently a ladder truck there.
Yeah, because it does have proposed addition to the community works funds of $300,000. So is that anticipation or replacement on that truck, or can we take it out of that?
For your 2025, this in the financial planning process for last year. We had a fire truck that was planned for $550,000. A ladder truck, a fire ladder truck that was planned. And that's,
It's
the
a
staff
yes.
is confirming that, but maybe there's something incorrect here in the budget, in what we've proposed forward.
So the ladder truck was planned to be a used ladder truck to be purchased for 2030. But there is a 2 to 3 year lead time, I think, for.
So that's the lead time we were talking about earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we like to just make sure one of the biggest great uses for community works funds is to use it on fire type apparatus. So we just want to make sure that we have that planned inside of the budget to use for that particular replacement as well. Does that seem okay?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
only recently they're allowing us to use fire services
There we go.
for community works.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. That brings us back. Do we have any recommendation on this? What do we got?
Yep.
We're on receipt. Any more discussion? Director.
Thanks. And because we have our fire chief here, I'm just wondering sorry, I didn't check the table on that. I am now. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be there. At what point would we start to think about layering in community works for the Denman Fire Hall upgrade or replacement? And I mean, there's no pressing issues now, but I'm just trying to flag that I think that's probably going to come up at some point, right?
We do have a full slide on Denman Fire Hall.
Oh, yeah, coming
when
up.
we go to the service. So do you want to just hold that discussion?
Yeah,
briefly?
let's do
Would
that.
that be okay? Okay, good.
Okay, on receipt. Anyone opposed? Carries and recommendation. Who's second on the recommendation? Any more discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none. Anyone opposed?
It needs to be.
That also carries. Number 3, recreation core service. Sorry,
Needs to be amended.
as amended. as amended, as a given, okay. We can. Okay, let's do it.
Sure. I think we understand what it is, but if it's that $200,000 reduced amount to the Royston Water in favor of the Bandy Bay Community Center, we understand that to be amended.
We don't need to revote, we just need to state the purpose, or do you want to vote again? Okay. To keep it clean with the amendment, the motion as amended, all in favor? Probably my computer again. So on 4?
Yeah.
There you go.
Recreation. Yeah.
Okay, I can't see it.
You're on.
Sorry, folks. Fighting with my laptop.
Oh, you're on Wednesday.
Was up. Slow. Right there.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's Doug's turn. Doug DeMarzo, General Manager of Community Services, will provide an overview of the Recreation Service Core Service. Over to Doug.
Thank you. And through the chair, should just note that Recreation Core Services will be covered a little more broadly tomorrow at the Rec Commission meeting. So today will be a little quicker presentation. That being said, it would be remiss in this presentation to not note that community halls in the electoral areas also form a big recreation perspective. However, they're covered under the electoral areas core service area. So today, mostly just focus on a couple of presentations that will be presented from Trish a little later on, focused around Hornby and Denman. But it's important to understand that recreation means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Public recreation matters because it gives people space to be human, to move, rest, connect, and belong without needing lots of money, status, or permission. For us at the CVRD, we primarily advance recreation through these key services on this slide, which include exhibition grounds, our curling centers, our sports centers, aquatic centers, and our artificial turf fields, as well as supporting some other fields throughout the community. And this is primarily done by the Recreation Commission. Some of those key service outcomes you see here around volunteer engagement that run many of our minor hockey and other associations. We also look at greenhouse gas reduction. Obviously, our facilities were built in 1976, so they may have used natural gas largely or other type methods. So greenhouse gas reduction continues to be a focal point. As we move to some of the key initiatives completed by the Rec Commission was implementing the Rec Strategic Plan. Of this plan, we move forward with our artificial turf field, which we hope to be built this spring. And we're continuing to move towards allocation frameworks and better amenity improvements as collaboratively throughout the region to better serve our community in the field space. From an asset management perspective, we're moving and progressing towards level 3 as the CVRD board directed. And we're moving from that early stage of maturity of just having spreadsheets floating around our buildings and understanding how we can continue to document and procedures and workflows to continue to improve our asset management of our rec facilities. Obviously, we're the most public facing front facilities and some of the most aged buildings are in this service. So on that, we continue to support the corporate energy and emissions plan. And we're really looking at being one of the main services to help reduce these CO2 emissions. It's obviously a challenge given the older structure of our buildings, but our staff have proven they're up for the challenge And we're in the process of hiring engineer consultants to help us make those adaptations throughout the next upcoming years, which you'll see in your budget. So really, when we look to the trends, challenge, and opportunities, one of the key challenges that we look here is land ownership. We don't actually own any of the facilities that besides the Comox X grounds. We look to the school district and NIC for our major facilities. As you see here, most of it is, a large portion of it is funded through taxation. There's also some obviously coming back to getting, sorry, it's not on this slide. Sorry, some of the transfer to reserves and looking at our debt charges moving forward up to 2030 is looking at the continuing progress in implementing the corporate energy emissions plan, as well as some of our major capital projects, such as the new arena. So you'll see that portion growing, the pinkish portion growing further. This is a revenue slide, and this is where I was about to speak to the sales of services, represent a proportional amount each year, as well as some of the taxation that funds a lot of our facilities, moving up towards $12 to $14 million a year. So as we move forward, and in summary, I think it's important to remember we have LEAP programs at our facilities, which help support people who can't necessarily afford participation in some of the more expensive sports offered. We support nonprofits who do wonderful work, such as the trail systems in Cumberland, and we support fields which have all sorts of activities from dog walking, random frisbee throwing, or developing the next high-level athletes in our region. In the end, public recreation is one of the most tangible ways people experience shared public investment. When spaces are well cared for and welcoming, they signal that everyone matters and deserves a quality of life, not just those who can pay for it. Hence, I encourage continuing this shared regional approach to our major facilities as we move into our 51st year, as well as encourage the island-specific models that we'll review today. So in summary, I'll leave it at that. If you have any questions.
Yes, we do have questions. Director Harper?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the summary on the bigger service. And you see there's the Hornby and Denman specific ones, but on the bigger service, it'll come to no surprise, and I'm just making comments today, but REA has kind of checked out of the strategic plan, I think, for recreation. I was looking at the forecast and the budget. So Hornby and Denman contribute 10% to that everybody else pays, and that's in recognition that they don't have as much access. And I've made the case often the last 2-3 years that it's not fair for people from Fanny Bay to pay the same as a resident of Courtenay towards those central facilities. At Christmas, during the holidays, I started a review of how recreation is structured across the entire AVICC region between regional districts. I didn't finish the work, and unfortunately, my schedule, it means I'll finish it this summer. But what was clear from my initial review is that we really stand out in the Comox Valley, with rural areas paying 100% of the cost towards the service. Across the pond here in Powell River, I think the EASC contributes 200 grand a year, and that's at their discretion. It's like a contribution service towards the pool. In Port Alberni, the rural areas do not contribute at all to the pool in the arena. I can go on. I've reviewed already 5 of the 10 regional districts. Cowichan was actually really interesting because they just did a complete review and rejig of how they allocate monies, and it's complex, but it works well. All I'm flagging is the budget currently calls at the regional level for the Area A contribution to go from $1 million to $2 million over the next 5 years if the arena and the pool upgrades proceed. $2 million, right? And a year. And of course, we don't have usage studies. We don't know how much use is happening. We've never done that as a region. So we're kind of flying blind, and I'm flying blind in those arguments. It's just such a significant jump. And that what I've decided is I'll wait for next term with a new board and try to see if people are still set on these ambitions that the region has set in their strategic plan, but it makes no sense. And the more I talk to residents in Area A, everybody definitely talks about how much we could do with that $2 million for recreation in the main sound communities. So not to throw a bucket of cold water, but it's just where it's at, and keep getting outvoted at recreation. And in the meantime, the projects will continue. And I think Area C and Area B seem content. Their access is not bad. So I've seen my fellow directors vote in favor of the general direction. I'm just flagging out because I just never want to create a surprise down the road. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other comments? Then we'll move along. On to Service 605 Denman Island Rec and Service 606 Hornby Island Rec and 607 Hornby Denman Rec complexes. And over to Doug.
Thanks. And actually, Trish Morgan is our
Trish is gonna take it.
Senior Manager of Recreation Services, and Trish will be introducing these three services. Trish.
Thank you to the committee. So we'll move through, and I actually don't have the clicker. Is it up there? Yeah. Okay. I just realized it myself. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move through this one relatively quickly because I think it's quite straightforward. So we've got services 605 Denman Island, 606 Hornby Island Recreation, and 607 Hornby and Denman Recreation Complexes. There we go. So for service 605 Denman Island Recreation, Denman is the only participant in the service, and there's no changes proposed to the service in 2026. Sorry, I'm trying to click two buttons at once. Jake, are you? Oh, okay, I got it. For service 606, Hornby Island Recreation, again, Hornby Island is the only participant in this service. And as we get through into the other slides, we'll talk about where the funding for the service goes to. There's no changes for 606 proposed in this year. For 607, this is the Hornby Denman Rec Complexes Contribution Service. And the purpose of this service is to provide financial contribution to the Comox Valley Recreation Complex Service 645. A few of the key accomplishments in 2025 focused on with Denman. Grants were provided for events and programming for DICES and the programs that they run, the recreation programs, after school and the summer programs, some docks, pickleball, the Ben Rumpel Memorial Run, and the Inter Island Dance Collective. On Hornby Island, summer youth programs, floor hockey, pickleball, and other programming. And bath, art, and soap making are just a few of the things that the funding went to. So for 605, there is an increase here from 17,809 for grants to other organizations to 22,700. And that is largely because of the funds that DARA administers on our behalf for various recreation programs and services on the island, and they're consistently oversubscribed. So it has been proposed to increase that budget this year. And then in line with that increase in expenses is an increase in the taxation that is proposed as well. Here we can see for DERA, the Denman Island Residents Association, again, the increase from $17,000 for the year to allocate to other organizations on the island for recreation services and programs, increasing to $22,000 in 2026. And they do retain a small administration fee of $700, and that remains unchanged going forward. So based on the proposed budget, the estimated tax rate may increase just slightly from 2.19 cents to 2.8 per thousand. And again, this is just an estimate at this time. Moving to Hornby, so service 606, and a marginal increase in their expenses this year, and a small increase to transfers to reserves. So going up only about 2.3% this year. And then on the associated revenue side, again, a 2% increase to reflect that increase in expenses. Here you can see the HERA recreation budget, both on the revenue and expenses side. They do provide a significant amount of services and programs on the island. And generally, there is a 3% increase in what is proposed this year. And estimated at this time for Service 606, the tax rate is estimated to be reduced just slightly from 3.8 cents to 3.7. Service 607, the last one here, Hormy and Denman Rec Complexes expenses. So the transfer to Service 645 is proposed at $33,014, and overall there's a 1% increase in the expenses for the service. And the revenue is reflected on the expenses side as well, or on the revenue side. And here we can see that, again, a slight reduction in the tax rate from 2025. Moving forward to 5-year projections from 27 to 2030. So for Service 605, the operating budget for the service is anticipated to see minimal increases, approximately $3,000 over the 5 years. For Service 606, expected to be the same, with about $3,000 over the next 5 years. And finally, with Service 607, there's a minimal increase anticipated over the 5-year forecast. However, the contribution for 645 is based on census data, and we anticipate new data becoming available in 2027. At that time, the rates will be recalculated and could be adjusted based on that census information. Looking at the Hornby Recreation Future Expenditure Reserve for 606, very small reserve. They're at $8,800. They anticipate to be the ending balance this year, going up to about almost $13,000 by 2030. Just skip ahead to the options. So the recommendation is that the proposed 2026 to 2030 financial plans for Service 605, Denman Island Recreation, Service 606, Hornby Island Recreation, and Service 607, Hornby Denman Recreation Complexes contribution be approved. And that's all for that one. Are there any questions?
We have questions, Director Harper.
Yeah, maybe more on the comment side, but yeah, I think this is good, and I support Dara's request for a small increase. And for Hornby, I don't know if staff is aware, there's budding. I was there last weekend with the president of Joking, and there's budding conversation about the potential to more integrate Joking with the recreation service that's currently managed through HIRA. And I think in the coming months, we might start seeing requests around looking at the future of, like, currently the Hornby service is just programs. And I think as CVRD, we have invested actually quite a bit in Joking, like both with using COVID funds, but most recently with the redoing the tennis court study. But they have various needs and opportunities on the capital side, and so I'll be open to those discussions, especially if HIRA and Joking decide to formalize a collaboration. And overall, yeah, I think things are pretty good, and because Chief Chinnery is here, the contribution to 607, that was actually Carol Quinn that negotiated that with the CVRD board around 2006 or 2007, that in recognition that the islands didn't have strong access, the board agreed to allow Hornby and Denman to pay 10% of the share of others. I'm kind of hoping to replicate that for Fanny, not the 10%, but to arrive at something else than the 100%. But for the most part, I think people are happy on Hornby with what they contribute to their rec complexes. They do use it, but not as often. And but you can still see that the $33,000, like the budgets are quite small for recreation, right? So yeah. So anyways, I'm in favor of both budgets, all budgets.
Any other questions? I'm gonna entertain a motion on receipt. I think we didn't receive it yet, so. Moved. I'll second it. On receipt, anyone opposed? Carried. Now the recommendation. Moved and second on the recommendation. Any comments, discussion? On the recommendation, anyone opposed? That carries as well. On to Emergency Corps Services, Doug DeMarzo will present on this one. Thanks, Trish.
Thank you, and through the chair. We believe there's a heightened focus on emergency management, particularly related to the Comox Valley Emergency Program and Fire Smart in the coming years. We continue to respond to the changes in the legislation, and we await the accompanying regulations. The Comox Valley Emergency Management plays a critical role in mitigation, prevention, preparedness, response, and now recovery. The recent flood has clearly brought this to light. I'd be remiss to say this couldn't be done without our rural fire departments supporting in partnerships, as well as our partners in municipal fire departments and 19 Wing as well. Some of the key service outcomes you see here is establishing our emergency operations center and ensuring we're available in level 3, level 2, and level 1 to serve the community if that's the case. There's been a heightened focus on support and training for not only CVRD employees, but also all our local governments. And looking at this regional outlook and response, as well as participation in volunteer programs such as ESS and emergency radio communications. Critical partner and looking at Indigenous engagement requirements continues to be the Comox First Nation. And we've been working at great consultation with them as well as strengthening our partnerships. In fact, in the most recent EOC, there were many staff provided by the KFN to support our regional EOC operations last week. In summary, we're really looking at preparing and adapting for hazards, risks, and vulnerability assessments throughout the upcoming years. And we'll be working also collaboratively with our planning department as we look to see how this reactions and response to emergency management. Some of the key initiatives in our region, continuing to support a regional approach, looking at proceeding with the construction of the Mount Washington Fire Hall. We're quite a ways around and close to design there. Looking at what the Denman Fire Hall looks like in the coming years. And then, as you may be aware, driving past Union Bay, you'll see the groundbreaking that's already happened with construction at the Union Bay Fire Hall. Planning for community fire smart and wildfire protections at the forefront. We recently received a very large grant for that. So that work will be coming to all communities, both rural and municipal in our region. I alluded to it a little bit in the introduction, but awaiting the new provincial regulations still has us kind of finding our way through the Emergency Disaster Management Act. And luckily, we've been supported by the province quite heavily through grants for emergency management. And you'll see, and you may recall from the 270 presentation, fluctuations in and out, but that's just a factor of how well the province has supported implementing this plan. Deployment, of course, remains excellent, and mutual aid and learning continues across all of our departments. So as we move here, you see the expenses. Many of these are the rural fire departments, and as well as some of the transfers to reserves to help get ready for upcoming apparatus purchases and potential different approaches to rural fire halls. Our funding sources are largely taxation. You'll see here some recovery from other functions, and that's largely the rural fire halls moving money between them, as Oyster River Hall is kind of has a couple satellite halls that we consider Merville and Mount Washington, and we've moved the model similar in the south with Union Bay and then Fanny Bay being more of a satellite hall, so it's working well. So that pretty much summarizes the Emergency Corps services. We continue to develop emergency management training. We continue to look to our rural community volunteer halls and the support of those people out in those communities. And it seems to be going pretty well. As I look over to Chief Green, oh, there he is. Sorry, I was trying to kill time here till Chief Green got back in the room, but I see he's right there.
Yeah, we knew it was short, but
Hand this over to any questions.
and questions there are. Director Arbor.
A congratulations, but also a request for, I guess there will be a question in this one. I spent half the week last week with in Chilliwack with the Stolo First Nations, and there was on climate issues, but a lot of conversation was talking actually about emergency management, and there was a very vibrant conversation around Fire Smart. And you'll even find in the newspaper this week that a lot of regions feel like the funds are drying up and the province is kind of repealing. So the timing of us receiving these funds is quite, it speaks well, I think, to the regional collaboration between all the different fire departments, and because they were talking about the need for them to work regionally on this issue, and maybe that's why it didn't get funded. I don't know if you have more information, because there is a sense out there that Fire Smart is being peeled back by the province. Is that something that has entered our awareness at a time where we just received $2 million for it?
Yes, definitely. It's entered our awareness, and I wouldn't want to comment on behalf of the province why they're doing that, but we have confirmed that our most recent grant is secured for the next 2 years. So I think it's provincially, it's definitely heightened awareness around that approach by the province.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe in the future, if they don't continue with the program due to their restraints, you may come back. I mean, for me, I would support us paying for it. It'd be interesting to see what the amounts are. Obviously, we're in good shape for 2 years, but in that context, it might be good to do some planning around what would it look like should the province kind of exit the space. In the meantime, thank you, province. I'm glad that we made the cut, and it was pretty. I could witness kind of the angst and kind of devastation for those communities that didn't make the cut and don't seem to have any lines on the horizon for accessing Fire Smart program. So well done to staff on making sure that we're in this one.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, we're gonna move on to Service 210, Rural Cumberland Fire Protection Service. And this one's for receipt. Seconded. Thank you. And over to Fire Chief Green.
So we're going to start listening to me for a little bit now, unfortunately. We'll start with Service 210, the Rural Cumberland Fire Protection Area, which services, we have a contract with the city or the village of Cumberland to provide fire protection. There's two different areas. One is from Cumberland out to Royston Road, and there is a couple small ones around Comox Lake. We did just renew a 1-year contract with them that's going to expire at the end of 2026. We've discussed that just recently. For us, then Cumberland is looking to increase the cost of that contract, so we're going to talk to them about it. And then it also allows us time to fully understand the Fire Safety Act and what that looks like, inspections, and how we're going to roll out that program. We're just looking for another community to do what they're going to do, and I think we might follow their suit. So it gives us time to prepare for that. The full-time equivalent is we're in 2027. We're looking for more branch assistant help, but other than that, there's no change. And as you can see here, the biggest cost of delivering this service is the grants to the village of Cumberland for the service level. Revenue is all taxation. There's a tax requisition that's going to be for the next out to 2030. And there again, 27, 28, 29, depending on what that new contract looks like, may be changing. Just the highlight of where all the costs are going. And in this one, there's future expenditure reserves. And this is one we don't need huge balance because it's a contract. And so we don't have any capital invested in it. It's just if they change the contract on us or something happens, we need some money there to cover that. Other than that, there's no capital investment. And summary, and with that, I open up to any questions.
Any questions, directors? Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I think we're very well served in our relationship with Village Cumberland for rural Royston and that area. So it was actually incredibly smooth with their fire hall bill as well. And our cost apportionment. So I find that whole relationship really positive and beneficial to both parties. So let's keep it going.
Okay, no more questions on receipt. Anybody opposed? That carries. And the recommendation. Moving second on the recommendation. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none. Anybody opposed to the recommendation? That also carries. Service 215, Damon Island Fire Protection Local Service Area for receipt. Move second on receipt and over to Bruce Green.
Just wait for the slideshow.
Who's got the clicker?
I got the clicker. We're
Okay.
good.
He who controls the clicker controls the world.
So for Devon Island, the local service area, I think is fairly well defined as within the ocean levels there. The biggest proposed change is in 2026, we're starting the process of replacement of the Devon Island Fire Hall. In 2025, they've fire smart assessments over there was a huge take up. So they've been doing a great job on that, and also they're using the community emergency preparedness fund grants to build their training center. They bought the sea cans in the previous one, and this one they're using to pour the foundation. So it's a 3-year plan to get their training center there, which is going to help them meet the playbook and keep the cost down for the residents. And the trends and challenges and opportunities are going to be the same for all the fire services. The cost of equipment went up during COVID and hasn't come down. It's going there. The delivery times for equipment, an engine used to be 12 months. Now you're lucky if you get it within 2 years. Firefighter retention, the playbook, the training level that we have to do now for the playbook is making it harder for fire. For the commitment level there is a lot longer, a greater commitment, so it becomes harder. We are utilizing the CEPF and the CRI grants to help offset some costs. And then we're looking at doing a first due. It's a records management system, and all the fire departments in the Comox Valley are going to be under that one. And it allows us to use branch assistants to help the chiefs do records management. So it's hosted in the cloud, and it just makes it more easier. And also in the fire service review, I think there's all the findings there that were in the fire service review first due is going to help us meet those findings. The biggest strategic priority initiative is building the fire hall. In 2026, we're looking at the lot plan and design work. Then 27 will be referendum, and 27, 28 would be when we can start construction, for your previous question. So we'd be looking for, because it's going to, not sure the cost, but we are looking at partnerships with that as well. And same as all the fire services, we're asking for more in 2027 for a branch assistant. The biggest changes here, operational service contract, that is what we provide the Devon Island Firefighters Association to run the fire hall. There's an uptick there we're looking at bringing all the firefighters in the Comox Valley Regional District looks on the same paid on call scale. So there's an uptick there to help offset that. And then this first due software. And then we were losing some grants, but we've applied for the grant for a $30,000 CEPF grant that hopefully we'll know very shortly if we've been successful or not. Taxation is the main way we're getting the revenue, depends on the grants. And there's sales of service that is currently, we lease BCM. It's the ground that they have the ambulance station on, which is the ground we want to build the fire hall on. So there's what the tax requisition is going to be over the next out to 2030. So you see significant changes in 27, 28, 29, and 30, and that's due to the projected cost of the fire hall. We'll know more about that this year. 27 to 2030 projections, and that just goes with building the new fire hall. The condition assessment complete for the Devon Island Fire Hall. There was some challenges with it, but it's there. We also have a 10-year capital plan and plan for asset renewal that says the funds aren't necessarily allocated for those renewals. We just know when they have to be replaced. The capital plan, start the fire hall process. 2029, we want to replace some SCBA, and 2030 replace tender 51. There's what we're anticipating, the $6 million. That's just a shot in the dark based on where we were with Union Bay. We don't know what that is until we get further down the road. Truck replacement and that for $450,000, I think we may be starting to look at different ways of getting the apparatus. Instead of going new, get a 10-year one that meets it. So we're looking at all options to keep that cost down. The Denman Island Fire Hall, so we've got set aside 400, and this is the $500,000 is already in grant funding that's been assigned that we have to use before 2028. So we're approximately $420,000 for design, and then geotechnical and lot plan and all the other stuff we need before we get a Class C cost this year. And then in 2027, once we have that, we'll go to referendum, and then 27, 28 start construction. And you can see the planned funding. The reserves, and there again, this is the same with all fire halls. They might look healthy, but as we mentioned earlier, the cost of equipment within the fire services escalating rather quickly. So those can be depleted fairly quickly. And as you can see here, working out to 2030, we $191,000 in reserves is very much if you have to replace one self-contained breathing apparatus is $10,000, and you need 15 of them for the fire hall. And there again, they have a shelf life of 15 years. So, in the fire trucks, which mandates all the stuff we're doing. In summary, we're looking at all ways best through grants and partnerships to reduce prices, switch it to gas-powered equipment and to electric tools and equipment whenever possible. Devon Island is part of a mutual aid agreement, and they are part of the Comox Valley Mutual Aid Agreement, but Hornby and Devon Island have a special relationship. They work well together because they're only a ferry apart. So it's a long mutual aid, but it's there. We're always getting training in Indigenous relations as much as we can, as well as working on making an inclusive culture with everybody walking within the fire department. With that, I open up to any questions.
Questions, Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. That was super clear and comprehensive for this presentation, and obviously a lot of cost pressure coming to Denman with the new fire hall, but we've experienced that elsewhere. I was talking with Mayor Minions last week, and they're moving towards their new fire hall, and then that's stressful on Comox to move towards that. And I'm thinking, Area A actually has 7 fire halls that we contribute to currently: 2 in Fanny Bay, 1 in Courtney, 1 in Cumberland, 1 in Union Bay, 1 on Denman, 1 on Horn. I mean, this is huge tax pressure on a population half the size of the town of Comox. So it was fun for me to watch a politician kind of sweat it out about the one fire hall they have to build for 15,000 people, and we just keep plugging away right at the next fire hall in Area A and the next fire hall. So for Denman, it's obviously not going to benefit from the level of grants that Union Bay saw, because that was in many ways a regional effort, realizing that in the future it may very well serve treaty lands. At the time there was major growth coming with Union Bay Estate, so the context was quite different around our opportunities. So I think the Denmanites know that they shouldn't expect, not that we won't try, but realistically they shouldn't expect that level of grant supplementing. So I think cost containment is going to be really important. And obviously I'm still have prayers for a partner coming to the table. We won't name them today, but we know who they are. And that seems hard in the provincial context, but you never know. But yeah, I think the key will be really cost containment for this fire hall, and try to, 6 million is on the high side in terms of budget that, hit to Denman Islanders, and especially Denman Islanders who may live in the Graham Lake improvement kind of area. So thank you for your work, and I really appreciated you and Doug, engaging with all the fire department, like at a Christmas party and things like that. Like I I really appreciate the staff extra effort as you gear up towards that and working with the fire chief towards the value proposition in 2027. So good with the budget, and yeah, thank you again.
So 215 for receipt. Any opposition on that? That carries. And recommendation? Moving second on the recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none. Anyone opposed to the recommendation? That carries as well. Now on to 220 Hornby Island Fire Protective and Local Service Area. Moved on receipt and seconded, and over to Mr. Green.
So like Devon Island, Hornby Island is a unique, it's surrounded by water, so the area is fairly easy to determine. We've got no major proposed changes to the service, and I forgot to mention, I do have Chief Chinnery sitting to my right, so if you have any difficult questions, he's your man. 2025 accomplishments. This is something the chief has been working on for a while now, but they were fortunate enough to, when they replaced their tender, they kept the other one in as a reserve, and it did get deployed to the Wesley Ridge Fire for 4 or 5 days, which is a good asset to the community as a whole and also the province. Chief Chinnery worked with BC Wildfire Service to do a fuel treatment on the island, which was very well received by the community. And the members also worked really hard and renewed their tank accreditation, which does provide us substantial an insurance savings when people have insurance. As we just mentioned, the previous one, all the trends and challenges are the same. Same as this one, we're looking to get up the branch assistance position in 2027. That's the only change to the human resources. The grants to other organization, that's the grants, the Hornby Island Fire Department, and there again, with all the other ones, one of the big upticks is for firefighter paid on call, and the higher a service contract is a big cost of what we do. And I believe that Chief Chinnery can correct me if I'm wrong, the firefighters may be looking at doing an association and taking that in-house for several different reasons, but that's ongoing work. And then there again, the software licensing is going to be an increase this year. And there is a debt increase for the fire truck that was purchased, went into service last year, the tender. Revenue is all taxation unless we get the CEPF grant. There's a proposed tax requisition moving out. It's fairly smooth. There's not much change happening on Hornby Island. They will be replacing there again in their cycles, the fire engines, and we will see what we can do about mitigating that cost as much as possible. The 27 to 30 projections. We did do a condition assessment with all the fire halls other than Union Bay. And like all the fire departments, we got a 10-year capital plan in place. Unsure of the funds to do it, but we do know when stuff has to be replaced. In the capital plan for this year, they're looking at getting a new duty officer vehicle, an electric, and if they're going to get an electric vehicle, they're going to need a charging station at the fire hall. So that's all included in that. They are looking at starting their self-contained breathing apparatus are aging out. So they're looking at over 2 years replacing those, and they're in this year's budget with the hope that the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund grant will be able to pay for that. So there may not be a cost for that. The firefighters and the chief have worked well at making a structure protection unit for the island, which is a good service to the island because it's an island. Us coming to help them is going to be a while. So it's a valuable resource that we figure for the winter should be undercover, so that asset lasts longer. So we're looking to build a shelter for that. The truck replacement's 110, the annual capital equipment, and then the fire training. It's not the training facility, that's a shelter for $40,000. And long-term capital plan. And there again, as I've mentioned, with all the fire halls, the 537 or 4 for capital looks good, but when you look at the cost of the equipment that we have to do, it's not great. So we should look at moving that up, and like in 2030, $74,000, we're gonna be stretched if we have to replace something in a pinch. Same as the other fire departments. With that, we are happy to answer any questions.
And we have Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I had seen Doug's presentation at Hara before Christmas, so I think you did as good a job, Bruce. No, it's the only thing I would comment. Yeah, everything is good. I mean, every year the fire budget for RMB comes out really detailed and really well thought through, and that shows at Hira as well. And people are usually very happy with it. The only thing I would raise is the discussion about the potential discussion that you flagged around the relationship with Hira and a potential fire protection opportunity that could be explored. So we are funding Hira to do two rural grants this year to do a strategic planning session, because they're kind of at a pivoting point, in my opinion, around, because we got different, like we've had parks come inside the CVRD, we've had waste management unionized, like a lot has happened in the last 5 years. And from a financial perspective, we have raised the bar for Hira in terms of audit and financial management requirements. So, and I realize how important the administrative component of fire services is to Hira. So I would like collectively, like finance and fire department and others as need be, maybe not to show up at the strategic planning session for Hira, although I'm sure they would welcome you, but to really think about what kind of relationship we want with Hira. Historically, they have been our central clearinghouse for a number of services. And a change in fire services might trigger other changes. So I'm just saying everything's interconnected when it comes to that one. And I would just want a really thoughtful exploration of all that. Because at their scale, if they lost that, like, should we maintain the same audit requirements and all that? If they shrink in size, what about waste management? What about all these different things? And Hira is quite the institution in Hornby. They've been around for a lot of years, and they also looked at as the kind of conduit to local government. So I just want to make sure that we don't do things in silos in regards to this relationship. Thank you.
And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentations, Chief. I do have a question for staff regarding our community work funds and basically looking at all these different reports with regards to rising costs for equipment for emergency core services. If there's a means of taking some of the reserves from our community work funds and directing it towards our emergency core services, most notably with regards to equipment.
Thanks for the question, Director Hardy. And yes, I think the answer is yes. We've got a couple of examples of equipment being parts of equipment being funded, fire tenders and fire trucks. And I'm not sure if Lucy or Kelly, if you wanted to expand on that, or Director Hardy, if you had any specific questions around those expenses.
Yeah, again, when we start looking at emergency vehicles and equipment, as the chief has made mention of, with regards to making sure there are guys that are going out there to save the community, have the gear that they need to go about doing the business that they need to do. So I was just curious, again, when we start looking at these budgets and the increase in costs for equipment for our guys to go out there and work hard for our community, if community working funds could be directed towards that equipment that helps with regards to tax requisitions, I think moving forward and increasing costs. So I just posed a question to staff, and maybe perhaps an action item from this is maybe having a closer look at what the rising costs are for equipment for our emergency core service guys, and maybe trying to figure out what we can do with regards to directing some reserves towards that equipment, if that's at all possible. So thanks, Lucy.
Just a couple of comments maybe to add through the chair is that from a fire perspective, and we absolutely recognize that there's lots of financial pressure on many of our fire services with the taxation being steep as we go forward. So absolutely for our stable grant fund, the community works funds, it is something as we're reviewing budgets, we're looking for all opportunities in order to apply funds to help offset the costs of the new equipment that they have to buy, or if it's replacement equipment that, so we're targeting it as much as possible. And having said that, we also have continued to plan our community works funds by identifying projects in each one of your areas. So I just wanted to confirm that that's how we've made our recommendations so far, and recognizing that there are times as a group where Area A and Area B have contributed to different needs that are there in Area A. So also when we're doing community works funds, we're also focusing more on the larger projects as opposed to smaller equipment. And what I'm seeing in the fire services is from the smaller equipment, more minor equipment, that you have the other grants that have been occurring over the last number of years that have been covering that. So at the moment, from my perspective, at the moment, I don't see any other places where we can apply additional grant funds. Not to say that we can take that away and have a closer look at it and see if there's any more that we can do to help the pressures in that area.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, it's a good point by Director Hardy, and I think building on what Lucy said, I think that Chief Chenry has actually been pretty good at chasing some or identifying some of these grants opportunity. I'm sure with Chief Green, and even when you went to the Wesley Ridge Fire, I think there was opportunities about thinking the longer term benefits, both intangible and tangible, from the projects that you get involved with. And I would note that I think the plan we just passed includes a 200,000 community works allocation for the Hornby fire truck, right? Within this budget, do I have that correct from memory?
I think so, yes.
I think that was in the community works fund allocation. Should I double check?
I'm just pulling out my
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think I read that last night.
the
Yeah,
fund
for
fund.
2028. So we would make a $200,000 out of the Hornby Denman Community Works Fund spot to the fire truck in the current budget in 2028. So good question.
And just as Kelly just reminded me as well, it has to be capital. Our community works funds can apply to capital. That's the criteria. Yeah, or can you go? Just has a bit more information from a criteria perspective for fire equipment for your information.
The use of community works funds, there's a really long list of criteria that can be applied to the use of the funding and the type of projects we can. The smaller equipment for fire departments doesn't qualify, the things like the SCBA's and that, but it's basically for the bigger equipment, the fire trucks, tenders, and hull replacement.
Anything else, Director? Just looking at my Canada Community Works funds, and as we said earlier, I'm already committing $550 to $550K to the Merville Fire Department tender truck, and another $300K to Mount Washington. So that's $850K, and then if you add the $400,000 that Area C contributed to the Union Bay Fire Hall, that's a total of $1,250,000. Say it real fast, Ed. It doesn't sound like it's a big amount. So we on receipt? Call the question. Any opposed? Carried, and recommendation, please. Move to second on the recommendation. Any further discussion? Then I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? That carries. Now, 225 Fanny Bay Fire Protection Local Service Area. And who's going to take this one? Oh,
Jake.
Chief Green.
So So the Fanny Bay Fire Protection Local Service Area is defined on the map. No major changes to the service moving forward. In 2025, we ordered a new tender. Hopefully that's going to be here within a year and a bit, but we'll see. They ran several successful chipper events. They did have some new recruits come in, and they are working well with within the community and public engagement events, including Fire Smart and property assessments. Same trends, challenges, and opportunities for the other fire halls. No changes to the FTE other than 2027. Looking for the branch assistant upping. In this one, like Doug DeMarzo mentioned earlier, Union Bay works with Fanny Bay. The Union Bay Fire Chief oversees the Fanny Bay Fire Department and runs the operation of the fire department. The transfer of other services is $106,000 that they are paying to help offset the cost of that. Taxation is where we get it, and here again we're looking at upping the paid on call for firefighters. There's the proposed tax requisition, and Fanny Bay is a challenging one because it is a very small tax base to have, and we're looking at all the best ways to do it. And like the tender we did, most of them came in at $750. The one we were able to acquire is just in the $440,000 range, so it was a good deal to the taxpayers. The 27 to 2030 projections, not huge change, but there will be a new engine coming out later on in the future. They participated in the asset management plan, and we, as all the fire services, we got assets planned out for the next 10+ years. Not huge capital over the next 10 years. 2029, that'll be probably a duty officer truck replacement. 2032, that will be the front end engine, because and FUS, Fire Under Survey, says the trucks can only last so long, whether they're good or not. And if we want to maintain our insurance rating, we have to do that. Fortunately, Fanny Bays were able to take their truck out to 25 years, whereas City Courtney can only do 15. So that helps us out. And there again, the expenditures reserves are all right. The capital works challenging, but I think we're all aware of that. Summary is the same. Open to any questions.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. And I was talking earlier about how we have 7 fire halls in Area A, and I think long term we could probably have 5. And I'm just wondering, I mean, usually crisis creates opportunity, and there is no crisis in Fanny Bay. The Ships Point Improvement District is actually doing a great job of managing their affairs, and now we have out of the South Fire Services review Fanny Bay underneath Union Bay. But in your opinion, is there merit in, over the next few years to have a conversation? Because when you said it's a very small population, that's true, and they're also very close to the Ships Point Fire Hall. I think Fanny Bay could be well served by one fire hall or one auxiliary. So that's probably the long-term opportunity to reduce the cost burden for Fanny Bay taxpayers. But are we even at the point of having those conversations? Or, as I said, like, otherwise, if Ships Point continues to do well and we do well, we'll just maintain status quo forever, and that's actually costs more to the residents of Fanny Bay.
So I have had conversations with the Ships Point Fire Chief on this, and they are currently quite happy to maintain the course, but it is an ongoing conversation that we're having all the time. And so it does, I do see the value for the community in reducing that. You got 2 fire departments, and their costs are going to be about the same as Fanny Bay, so it's a fairly big expense. And if we can work with something to do that, it would make sense. But that has to be people driven, and we're maintaining those conversations. We're keeping an open link with them if they want to have those conversations.
follow the money. I got a question though. You know, we've talked about this before, and what we're seeing is escalating costs, escalating regulations. We're dealing with volunteers that come out and volunteer their time to get accredited to the point where they can actually serve as a volunteer. And then we see equipment that, you know, that is totally underutilized, being taken out of service because of some arbitrary dictate from the office of the fire commissioner. So I know we've talked about this before. I mean, rehabilitating pumps or whatever, swapping stuff out. I mean, extending the life of this machinery. And so, you know, it sort of comes across like this is some kind of a racket run by some vested interests that are making nothing but money hand over fists with this. So when we talk about the fire underwriters, we're talking about the big underwriters of the big insurance companies, which means we're tied into the world. This is worldwide, well, at least North American wide. So who plays the song? We pay the piper, but who actually is out there resisting change? I mean, you got to think. It almost sounds like there's a, you know, organized crime involved in this somewhere, because somebody's making a pile of money on stuff that is needless. And, you know, if we did a cost risk analysis on it, it would be minimal, you know. But so, you know, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but, you know, just the chain of command, what's at the top of it? What vested interests are driving this kind of, you know, over the top platinum plated model that we're forced to try to achieve?
So just for clarification, the Office of Fire Commissioner has no say in the rating of the fire trucks. It is 100% fire underwriter survey, and they're Canada-wide. I don't know if they're nationwide, but they're Canada-wide. And they're obviously representing the best interests of the insurance companies, which is the ones that are giving us the discounts. That being said, I know the Fire Chiefs Association of BC does have a committee together to look at working with FUS to maybe extend those rates for certain criteria. And I know currently, depending, like on Mount Washington, Fanny Bay, depending on the size of your community, you can extend that truck out to 30 years.
Okay,
The way
that's more reasonable.
Right. So like Courtney Fire Department for right now, because they hit the threshold, they have to replace their trucks to maintain the service every 15 years. Oyster River, because of our size, is 20. A community of 1,000 and under can go up to 30 years. So it's based on this, the level of community or the numbers of community. That being said, just because this truck's 30 years old, like when Oyster River sold one of their, replaced a an engine, that 42 that had driven all over the province helping out, it had 35,000 kilometers on it in 20 years.
Yeah.
So we understand, and I know the Fire Chiefs Association of BC is working with FUS to see if there is something we can do about recertifying and making that even longer, because it is challenging, especially for the smaller
They
communities.
should at least have to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Where the risk factor is, you know, cost risk analysis like everybody else. But it just seems like it's a gravy train that won't stop, and it'll reach a point when it'll be untenable.
Yeah.
You know, I can say things like that because I'm not running in the election. Okay, so we're on receipt. Any discussion on receipt? Call the question. Any opposed? It carries, and the recommendation attached. Any more discussion on recommendation? Anybody opposed? That carries. And on to 226, Union Bay Fire Protection. And moving second on receipt, and back over to Bruce.
So as similar to the Fanny Bay Fire Department, the Union Bay Fire Protection Area is a narrow strip along Highway 19A. The biggest change to 2026 is the new fire hall, which is progressing nicely. I believe they're pouring foundations as we speak. 2025 accomplishments: we started new construction of the new fire hall. ran another successful chipper program, had 6 new members join, and several public education events, including fire smart assessments. Same trends and challenges as all the fire departments. Strategic priority, the fire hall, and like Doug DeMarzo said in his core services, if you've driven past there, you can see that the trees are gone and the lots leveled, and the forms were going in today. No change to the full-time equivalency, other than in 2027, the branch assistant, we're looking for the help with all the fire services. And so the expenses, the biggest expense for the Union Bay Fire Hall is obviously going to be the increase of the tax requisition for the fire hall. That said, we're doing our best to keep that down under budget, and so far we're looking good, but we'll see. Won't make any huge announcement until we're done that project. So that's the biggest challenge with that service now. There's the revenues, all taxation based, and sorry, as we mentioned earlier with Fannie Bay, there's $110,000 coming in from the Fannie Bay Fire Protection Area to help offset the cost of the Union Bay running that fire hall. And there's a tax requisition out to 2030. 27 to 30 projections. Other than the fire hall, not a huge change. 10-year capital plan for planned assets renewals in place. Capital plan this year, we have a new engine and a fill station to go, SCBA, a self-contained breathing apparatus fill station to go into the new fire hall. The Union Bay Fire Hall, the Community Works Funds, Community Growing, Long-Term Debt, and Capital Works Reserve for a total of 6.3 million. And winter 2026 is December is the projected timeline for opening. The Capital Works Reserves are projected balances, future expenditure reserves, capital reserves. This is more for the public as well, because there were several questions about when the Union Bay Fire Hall came into the CVRD, where was all the money that they put aside for the new fire hall? It's right. This is where that money is. It's here to replace the trucks for the next 3 years and not go into debt. That's the same. So with that, I open it to any questions.
And we have questions, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I realize some in Union Bay may watch this because the Union Bay Improvement District would meet once a month and basically just talk about fire and water. So there's a lot of interest and eyes on this project. And I would say from talking from a couple of folks in Union Bay, there's also concerns based on some of the capital projects mishap we've had in my area over the last year or two. So I really feel like we can't. And also, what they don't know in Union Bay is I was around when the Hornby Fire Hall was built, and we ended up with some issues in the builds. And so I just want to ask today, and it's maybe a reiteration, but and I'll go check out that. I'm trying to go every 2 weeks actually and check it out because I'm that worried about it. What measures are you taking as staff to ensure that the contractor is not out on their own? And like, do you do regular check-in as our engineering department look at the project, or do they how are we ensuring that the project goes smoothly and that we end up with an excellent build?
So we hired Skibic Design to design the fire hall, and they are the ones that are monitoring everything. And I'm going there and checking in with them. So every email that goes back there's probably 10 or 15 a day about making sure that this meets the requirement, this meets the requirement. It goes to Skibic, who goes to our design team to ensure that the specs that they're saying are correct. So there is lots of emails, and I go there often, and Chief Ham is going by there on a daily basis to check in on it. So through our hired architect, they're the main ones that are making sure with all their design team that everything they're doing is correct.
That was actually a very satisfactory answer for me. I may still hear from Union Bay residents, but I think that's a high level of diligence and involvement on an ongoing basis. So that's really good to hear. Thank you.
At the risk of weighing in and changing your opinion, I will add to what Bruce said, and we will be bringing forward a report to the EASC, a dashboard, a capital projects dashboard of sorts that we'll report out on a regular basis on this project. We did that with our sewer conveyance project. You wouldn't have been as familiar through the commission, but it does provide a regular update on the construction milestones, the budget, the evolution of that project as it goes. So we'll be reporting at a much higher level than what Bruce was speaking to, but for the public consumption.
Director?
I may have an extra request because I was talking to Mayor of Cumberland and also with Jesse Kettler, but when they were building their fire hall, the contractor actually apparently came regularly to council just to give an update. So I'm not asking for a regular update, but it might be, I met a couple of them anyways. It might be fun to have them at some point in the next couple of months come and give us from their perspective how the project is going and an opportunity for us to ask questions. If I don't know if it's totally appropriate, but I know Cumberland did that, and I think that was appreciated by council to be able to have that direct interaction without pushing the limits of where we should be on governance.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and see what we can do. And certainly, Bruce, as your project interface will be available at those dashboard updates, but we can take a look if there's something more.
And then the other part of that, I do have a meeting with the contractor every 2 weeks with our design team that goes over where we are. So I'm having regular interface with the contractors.
Okay. We're on receipt. Call the question on receipt. Anybody opposed? Carries and recommendation, please. Moved and seconded on the recommendation. Seeing no lights, call the question. Anybody opposed? That also carries. Service 228, Bates Huban Road. Again, over to, first of all, motion to receive. Okay, and seconded, and then over to Bruce for report.
So Bates Huban is a small area that borders Bates Road and Huban Road. And we do have an agreement with the town of Comox to provide fire protection in this area. Moving forward, as we've mentioned earlier, the town of Comox is redoing their fire hall, and we're expecting some of those costs to be borne by the Bates Huban Fire Protection Area. So we'll see what that turns. They're still waiting to see if they're going to be able to. We'll see how that happens and what happens in the future. No change to the full-time equivalency other than in 2027. We're looking for a branch assistant help. The major driver of this one is the grants to other organizations of $50,000 and transferring to reserves, which will help offset the potential increase in the future. That's the revenue, taxation, and surplus. There's the proposed tax requisition, and I'll just 27 to 30 highlight again that with the build of new fire hall, those will more than likely be changing. 27 to 30 there again, same one with the build. There could be some changes implied there. Future expenditure reserves, and that's, I think, just in there to help offset any unexpected costs that come from the delivery service with the town of Comox. And there is no capital reserves because we don't have any capital invested in that. The summary. And with that, open to any questions.
Well, my only question is if it's based on response time, what would be the difference if it was being responded to by the Merville Fire Hall? I think it would be actually closer than the Comox Fire Hall.
Unfortunately, no.
No?
Because I've looked at it for Merville to get there, you either come all the way down the highway to Huban Road and go down, or all the way through Seal Bay Park. And in that way, that's the only access we have. And the other aspect of that is the FUS that takes 8 kilometers from a fire hall. And they will all be, no matter which way we drive, they're more than 8 kilometers from a fire hall. So
Would be, yeah.
they would probably lose their insurance rating that they're getting right now because they're within 8 kilometers of the Comox fire hall.
It isn't what they, oh, really? News to me.
Yeah, and then the other thing that I'm looking at long-term is, like, we will be renewing the contract with Comox this year. But the town of Courtney is also in the process of building a new fire hall up on the east side,
Yeah.
by their training ground, which would make them another option to look at for that area because it would be fairly close.
So this might need revisiting in a year or two. Thanks. Okay, so on the receipt portion, anyone opposed? Carries, and the recommendation, please. Move a second on the recommendation. Any further discussion? Seeing none on the recommendation, anybody opposed? That also carries. Now, the greater, and I mean greater, Merville Fire Protection, service number 237. Make Merville great again. And over to Chief Green.
So you can see on the map, Merville area is a big area that fire protection area. There is no major proposed changes to the service in 2026. 2025 accomplishments with Oyster River and Mount Washington. They sent crews to deploy to Westwood Ridge and Mount Underwood fires. And we also participated in the multi-jurisdiction wildfire exercise that we discussed earlier. The trends are all the same. No change in the human resources other than with all fire service in 2027, the branch assistant. I'll just point out this one, the transfer other services, that's what's transferred to Oyster River, for Oyster River being the main fire hall that runs the satellite fire hall. And decreased interest rates, that's a good thing. So we saved 20 grand on decreased interest rates moving forward. The revenues, all taxation based, the government grants, we're unsure of what we're going to be getting this year, so we won't be relying on that. There's the proposed funding sources out till 2030. The budget to 2030. It maintains fairly stable cost inflation updates. Capital planning, 10-year capital plan in place for asset renewal. 2026 to 30, we're looking at placing the tender. When we built the fire hall service, we bought a new engine, we bought a used tender. The intent is to spread those out over the FUS replacement time so we don't get 2 hits at once. So we're looking at doing that and making a tender that's better suited for the area. So we're looking at a pump and roll to do better wildfire response. 2032 will be SCBA replacement. Long-term capital plan. Capital works, future expenditures, reserves. Capital works or future expenditures is fairly stable. And it helps that it's a new service, that new engine, everything was up and with the debt for that build of the fire hall. The summary. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
No, I think that's, there they are. Fearless crew. Any questions, directors? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion on receipt because it was remiss. On receipt. Any opposed? Carried. And then the recommendation, I'll move it. And call a question on that. Any opposed? That carries. And then all the way up to Mount Washington, service number 240 for receipt. Okay, and over to Chief Green.
Okay, so you'll be happy to know this is my last one. Oh, come on, clicker. Clicker doesn't want to work.
Verbal update.
Okay, there's the fire protection area, proposed changes, build this new fire hall or storage shed for the equipment and the engines. In 2025, we purchased the Mountain Center to use it as a fire service administrative building. We signed a lease with the resort to, for the land that we're gonna build the truck bays on, and we awarded us a contract to construction managed services to help design the build of the fire hall. With it being a prefab building because of the short building season up there, our designer needs an in-between to make sure that when the building comes, if the bolts aren't in the right place, it's not our problem, it's their problem, which I'm appreciative of. So trends and challenges are all the same. Oh, the recruitment, particularly in this area, is very challenging because there's not lots of, like we're talking about community size, it's a fairly small community. Definitely in the winter you see increase, and in summer you see a decrease. And the challenge for this one is, there again, FUS to be a satellite fire hall, you have to have 10 members, and we're sitting at 8 right now. So there is challenges with that. As I mentioned earlier, we've got the design of the fire hall done. We're working with the construction management company and the engineer to, I believe I have a meeting coming up this week or next week to determine who the supplier of that building is going to be and what that cost is going to be to help us move along. The only change is in 2027 for a branch assistant for the human resource. Transfer to other services, that's transferring to Oyster River to do that. And we got to know, Laurel and I worked really hard with this one because we're making sure the costs associated with running the Mountain Center are borne 100% by the Mount Washington Fire Protection Service. That Merville or Oyster River aren't covering that. So all the day-to-day operating costs for the Mountain Center are 100% borne by that service. But then the income that comes in, which is on here somewhere. So the revenue is all our taxation, plus with the Mountain Center, there is revenue, the next slide will show, from rental of the facility. So we do have a contract with the resort that they use the majority of the upstairs of the building through the ski season for December, January, February, March, and April. And right now it's $11,000 a month they're paying for that. We do rent out the bottom half to the Nordic Club through the ski season. The gym brings in rental money as well as other community groups use it. The Girl Guides were in there this year. The Girl Guides want to come back, a yoga club. So we're doing our best to rent that out as much as possible to keep the taxation down. There's the proposed tax requisition out to 2030. '27 to 2030 projections, it maintains fairly stable. 2030, to go back to way back, the vehicle purchase will be a replacement used ladder truck. And there again, unfortunately, not there because the height of the buildings up there, we do have to have a ladder truck to maintain the rating. The intent would be there's lots of good used ladder trucks out there that will maintain that. And because we can certify out to 30 years, it allows us time. Reserves. Future expended reserves are fairly healthy. The capital works machinery for that service, they're all right, but they're again, like the major purchases will be challenging. And you can see in 2030 where they come down for that one purchase. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Awesome. Amazing. Long time coming, this one. Any questions, discussion? Okay, well, we're just on receipt right now, so On receipt? Any opposed? Carried, and I've been informed that the recommendation trails off. What should finish with. There you go. That the proposed 2026-2030 financial plan for the service 240 Mount Washington Resort Community Fire Protection be approved. Moved and seconded. No discussion. Anyone opposed? Carries. Thank you. So I think that's it for fire. Thank you very much. Director?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just wanted to give a shout out to the chief and for all the work that you do for all of our communities here in the Comox Valley. I don't think we say enough with regards to thank you to you and all the various teams that you have working and operating under you. So thanks again for your service to our community.
Bravo. What we doing? Not time yet? Keep going? Is it? What be the will of the board? You want to have a working lunch? Let's call 20 minutes and get our lunches and get back at her. So recess. Okay, we call this meeting back to order, and we are on Electoral Area Core Services for the 2026-2030 plan. And over to James Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Directors will remember the core service presentation from our budget meeting last Monday, and so the material is all the same was presented. I'm not going to go through the PowerPoint here just because we do have several more budgets in front of you. If you have any questions specifically about the electoral areas as a core service, happy to take them. But otherwise, there's a number of service budgets here to follow.
Well, let's start off with 296 weed control.
Great. Mark Harrison, Manager of Parks, will be introducing this service, the weed control service, as well as several others to follow. So, Mark, over to you.
Thank you, James. Through the chair to the directors, here to present service 296 weed control. The purpose is to support invasive plant education as well as outreach, and as well as targeted treatment for high priority invasive plants within the electoral areas A, B, and C. And we aren't proposing any changes in 2026. In terms of 2025, we did get our provincial grant, which was 14 grand this year. That does continue to be a grant that requires annual applications each year. Outreach and treatment through community partnerships was successful and continues to be a success. So huge thank you to all those community services partners that help us, including Comox Valley Nature, Hornby Island Residents Ratepayers Association, the Denman Island Residents Association, Broom Busters, and Coastal Invasive Species Council. In terms of trends and challenges and opportunities, again, the provincial grant is an annual application, so the funding is uncertain. The service does remain outreach focused, so limited funding for treatment outside of the high priority invasive plants. And control of invasive plants on private property does continue to remain a challenge as we need permission to enter private property. In terms of opportunities, continue to strengthen community partnerships and relationships and build that trust. And moving forward, continued awareness will help with identification and management of invasives moving forward. In terms of expenses, I think the only one here, materials is up slightly, and that's because we need more brochures this year. Contracted services up slightly because the coastal ISC contract is up 2,000, and HERA has requested an additional 2,000. No transfer to reserves to keep taxation as is, and in terms of transfer from other services up slightly to help with management services being provided through Service 621. Revenue, again, taxation remains the same. We are proposing a transfer from reserves of just over 18,000 to stabilize that tax. No surplus, and recoveries from other services remains the same. No large changes in terms of tax requisition. I guess the big bump would be each year because we don't know that the grant, whether we get the grant or not. So that's why there's that jump in 2027. In terms of the 5-year, nothing really there unusual. Our future expenditure reserve remains relatively stable. And again, that's what we kind of are drawing from to help stabilize the tax without the uncertainty of the grant. And the service supports environmental stewardship and really relies on our community partners to successfully deliver the service. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
We'll just take a moment here.
Chair.
We just blew right through that.
I was told to be fast.
Let's see if there's any questions. No questions? Okay, thanks for that. So we do need a motion on receipt. Seconded. Anybody opposed to receipt? Carries. And recommendation. I'll second it. And seeing no other lights on the recommendation, anybody opposed? Also carries. Now, the community mosquito management. And back over to Mark for this presentation as well, and a motion to receive beforehand. Seconded.
Thank you. Just waiting for the updated PowerPoint there. Great, thank you. So here to present Service 623, which is the Saratoga Beach Community Mosquito Management Service. The purpose is to support mosquito abatement within the Saratoga Miracle Beach community, and it has a defined, very specific area of Area C, which contributes. No proposed changes to the service in 2026. Through 2025, we had regular program management, monitoring, and treatment, which was successful. And we did start the process to update the current pest management plan, which needs to be renewed every 5 years. So it has been started and almost complete. In terms of trends and challenges, opportunities, mosquito larvae development is highly influenced by weather. So costs for the service are also influenced by weather. Mosquito control requires ongoing program commitment. So now that we've started, it's something that we need to continue doing annually. In terms of opportunities, it does reduce mosquito annoyance in that area, which supports tourism and livability within the Saratoga Miracle Beach area. For expenses, slight bump in support service cost, materials remain the same. Contracts is down, and that's because of the $8,000 expense that we employed in 2025 for the pest management plan. So there we see that little change, down slightly, transfer to reserves, and transfer to other reserves up slightly to increase our payment funds for feasibility funds used to establish the service. Revenue taxation remains the same, so no real change there. And no real change, slight increases into 2029 for costs, just inflationary pressures. Operating budgets, small increases, but nothing changing. With this service, the contract is up in the end of 2026, so there could be potential changes to the expense costs moving 2027, depending on what those contract costs are determined to be. FE balance remains pretty much steady, and that's it. So happy to take questions if there are any.
So is this still Curtis Leduc?
That's correct.
He's still doing it. So the contract comes up. So he has to bid it on again?
Yeah, so we'll reach out to Duca and ask him to bid, yeah.
Do we have to get approval through the province again? Or is that- we have
No,
to
well,
apply?
the province needs to approve the pest management plan. So
Every 5
Curtis,
years.
every 5 years. So Curtis is working with the province to make sure that that's all done.
Okay. Very good. I think the committee has to realize that these aren't just ordinary mosquitoes. They're especially aggressive. They don't look much like the ones in the picture. They're very, very small, but they can actually breed in salt water. Their eggs can stay dormant for up to 9 years. They're very, very difficult to control. And I think, and I think we had to do this because of the incredible amount of emails from people wanting us to do something, and we never really had a service for this. So we had to establish a specific service just to deal with these little critters. Okay, so we're on receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? No. Carries. And recommendation? I'll second it. On the recommendation? Anyone opposed? Carries. Thanks, Mark. Now, Service 615 Electoral Area Arts and Culture Grant. For receipt. Second. And over to Doug DeMarzo.
Good afternoon, and through the chair, this is your Electoral Areas Arts and Cultures Grant. Budget Service 615. So this is really about providing funding to societies and nonprofit organizations that own or operate facilities. And furthermore, also there was an allocation of grants awarded up to 5,000 at the earlier January EASC meeting. So really, some of the accomplishments from the grants include studio tours, youth media projects, the Ancestral Echoes podcast, some support for the farmers market, and through to shows like Watermiller Snow Society. So you see here your proposed budget. We're likely going to see a change to that recommended as direction at the last EASC meeting was to consider entering into 2 additional contracts with Pearl Ellis and HMCS Quadra. So your revenues, well, all through taxation. So increases here. So funding, as a reminder, this is electoral areas only, and it supports many bricks and mortar facilities in municipalities. Largely grant based. Most of the contracts will be signed that we looked at in December, pending completion of the budget process. Future expenditure reserves holding steady. It's just a small amount of reserves to in case some major festivals or projects come up. We can always draw on this to not create a spike in tax requisition for 1 year, depending on society's needs. So in summary, we're still supporting the arts and culture community through these both one-time grant applications, which staff will likely report back to you on later this year as 5,000. It's a lot of work for staff and not clear to grant organizations applying that it's a limited resource. So we might have some additional recommendations on how to deal with that now that we've moved into this new process. And then the other piece is entering into those contracts, which have mostly been supported. We are still in the forthcoming staff report in a couple of weeks. There will be some more dialogue on HS and the Port Alberni project's ability to enter into a contract this year or next year will be pending based on a staff report coming next 2 weeks from now, TISC. But overall, it's good to see the electoral area support these facilities, and it's much appreciated by the facilities. They do a lot of excellent programming, they do a lot of excellent storytelling. They engage a wide range of people from youth through the media projects right through to the paleontology work done at the Courtney Museum. So wide breadth of community services and acknowledgements in this service.
So Director Arbor, question?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering, and sorry, I know we discussed that service. Not that when we were doing the grants, I guess.
We discussed in December ESC
Yeah.
and then again in January for
That's
the
right.
allocation of one time.
So I may actually not be consistent in what I said then and now. I guess the change is we're currently facing a 9% budget. I realize these are not large amounts, but somehow between before lunch and now, my brain has kind of switched, and this item is a fairly on a percentage basis a big jump that's proposed. I'm just, can you refresh my memory? Would there be when you bring this back, could there be an option to hold the requisition steady, which would force us into harder decisions around levels of support? Or did in December and January we already pre-committed some stuff that I will find? Yeah, if it's committed, it's already committed.
Yeah, so in December, you committed amounts to go into contracts.
Yeah.
Which increased this requisition to support those in contracts.
Right.
In early January, there, where you did not increase your allocations, where staff may have thought you may have, beyond the 5,000 that was sitting in that budget
That's
in
right.
past years for one-time grant applications. If I recall correctly, you stood at that $5,000 mark, but two of those grants being Port Alberta project and Perry Ellis, you instructed staff to go back and meet with those groups to engage their interest in a longer contract. So based on those numbers, we will actually be coming back in 2 weeks and we will be presenting those contract negotiations, which will likely include an increase asked to meet those contract obligations over and above what we see here and proposed. But it's to be determined. Finance, anything you want to add to that?
Yep, okay, sounds like yeah, I'll just let it go for today because
Okay.
we're already in conversation, so I don't want to said that, but okay, thanks.
It's fairly minimal when we consider the vast amounts of cash that get shoveled into other things. This is just arts and culture, the low end of the scale usually. Okay, so good nods. So we're on receipt. All in favor? Carries. And the recommendation.
Okay.
On the recommendation. Anyone opposed? That carries. What's going on here? That's stupid. There we go. Kicking me out. So service 670 Hornby Island Community Facilities, report for receipt. Second. And who's taking this one?
Trish Morgan, our
Trish.
Assistant Senior Manager of Recreation Services, will be introducing this one and several others around the community facilities to follow.
Welcome again.
Thank you. Through the chair to the committee. So yes, we have 670 Hornby Island community facilities. I've been told that we need to go through them a little bit quick. Oh, than planned. Do we know what happened with the video? Did I? Yeah, no, it's just, it's cutting off. Oh, okay. Do we want to fix it or just go ahead? Okay, we'll just go ahead. All right. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so Service 670, Hornby Island Community Facilities. We're not anticipating any change to this service in the proposed budget. The only change operationally is the additional support for the Community Arts Center. And we'll talk about that in a little bit as we move forward. So some accomplishments for 2025. The Arts Center opened on Friday, September 12th. And also the Hornby Island Community Hall had some washroom upgrades that they completed in 2025. Trends, challenges, and opportunities, as we're seeing with all of the community facilities, as also with our own facilities, the rising costs of capital and operations. But again, another great opportunity on Hornby Island is the opening of the Arts Center. We're also seeing some other challenges, just like, again, with all of our other services that involve volunteers, that recruitment, retention is challenging, but it's an ongoing challenge that our great volunteers work towards every day. So in 2026, we do have a number of work plan items, and these will go across Service 670, 672, 675, and 676. We would like to work towards establishing funding agreements for all of the facilities that receive funds from these services. In doing so, our goal is to provide predictable and sustainable budgeting on our side, but also for the operators. It gives them some stability and surety over the term of their agreement, which right now it can change year to year, but this will help give them that sustainable funding. Obviously, also understanding that there are going to be some times where unexpected things come up, like we had with Fanny Bay Community Hall this year, and that there's going to be some major capital and emergency, intervention that's going to be needed. But on their, predictable, sustainable budgets and their projects, they'll have some surety with that. And so that's one of our goals with that. In doing that, though, we recognize that there is a need for a community halls funding policy. So again, we think setting some thresholds or criteria would help to determine what the CVRD could contribute. And that might come on a service by service basis, or it may be a policy as a whole that EASC determines, but we will be bringing some things forward in the next few months for EASC to consider and start thinking about what those might look like. And again, that'll help us also as we start to work on those agreements with the community halls. On the human resources, nothing has changed there. On the expense side, the expenses for the proposed budget are almost $60,000 less in 2025. This slide shows the grants to other organizations, with the exception of HERA, which is on the next slide. In the proposed budget, it includes $35,000 for the operation of the Art Center. However, as you recall from the presentation they made to EASC in the fall, they did request $60,000 to $80,000, but $35,000 has been included in the proposed. And we also have the Hornby Island Natural History Center, which is requesting an additional, or we've allocated an additional $1,000 for operations. A briefing note which gives a little bit more information about that. Here on the HERA side, with which we have a service contract, there's a minor increase to their operating grant of 2.8% or $2,300. And on the capital side, they're looking for $26,000 to assist with the replacement of the community hall roof this year. On the revenue side, there's a small increase to taxation of $5,000 and a reduction of transfers to reserve, along with there's no prior surplus that can be carried forward this year. The result is a tax rate for the proposed budget is slightly down from 2025. And then looking ahead to the forecast for 2027 to 2030, it shows some potential increase to the grants to organizations, and that's supporting some of the capital projects over the coming years. So potentially with the Hornby Island Community Hall, they're looking towards accessible washroom upgrades, floor refinishing, a big foundation project, not as much as the Fanny Bay Community Association, but a $50,000 project there, and parking lot expansion. So the grants to other organizations does reflect some of those projects in there at this time. In terms of the future expenditure reserve, here we see it's right now at 142,000 with some significant withdrawals, again, to help support some of that capital work that would be ongoing at the community hall. Skip over to the recommendation. So the recommendation for this service is that the proposed 2026 to 2030 financial plan for Service 670 Hornby Island Community Facilities be approved. And that's it. Are there any questions?
We have a question for Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. So going back to the slide before, this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this is for the service as a whole, or this is for the Hornby Hall, Community Hall specifically? It's for the service as a whole, this slide, right?
I believe it's the service as a whole, although up until last year, it just included,
Yeah.
right,
hall.
the hall and then a little bit for the natural.
I guess what I'm driving
history.
at is those numbers as they reduce, as we chip away into the reserve. Is that equivalent to the projects you describe at the community hall? Because I mean, Hornby Arts won't have new projects, I don't think. So when you describe like a little bit of foundation work and it's not full replacement of the roof, finishing the replacement of the roof because they already did a chunk. So that's probably the numbers that would be contained in that 5-year plan.
Yeah, more or less.
More or less.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. And with the hall, the committee made a decision to go with shingles, right? Like with cedar shingles replacement for part of the roof.
The chair to Director Arbor, I can't remember. I
Yeah, I
looked
think
at
so.
so many applications.
Yeah, I know. Which is interesting because if it was a CVRD facility, I don't think that is the way we would have gone. So we're investing a lot of taxpayers' money in the assets and delegating authority and then they'll definitely hear about it if the roof catches on fire due to a wildfire or something like that. So, but it is kind of a heritage building too. So not bemoaning that. So I would like to. So I'm just thinking process here. I'll be on Hornby next week, I guess, because the ask from Hornby Arts, as per our request from this committee, they're going to HIRA. They've already gone to High C. There's going to be a well-attended meeting at HIRA next week on this item. So I don't want to presuppose what the outcome of that meeting will be. They're basically, as you said, asking for an amendment. So would it be best to not approve the budget and amend it later if there was a change, or would it be best to just not approve anything today and let it come back after HIRA and Hornby Arts come back to us?
Through Director Arbor to James, I'm not sure, maybe you or Lucy could comment on what you think would be best.
I think, the end of the day, the budget has to be adopted in March. And I think that if you approve the recommendation today, and then you have new information or there's a different direction coming after you meet,
We could amend.
we can amend and we can
In
come back when the budget comes back February 23rd and 24th. This would be February 23rd EASC. I'm getting nods from.
Nods from everybody. Sounds good. Thank you.
So we'll look to you, Director Arbor, after you had a chance to meet with HIRA.
Yeah, I don't know if they're probably planning to talk with staff after, I imagine, but it's definitely the buzz on Hornby. It's a very lively discussion right now, both on Facebook and elsewhere. Everybody's very aware that HIAC is coming with that request. So, and that will come to a conclusion at the next HIRA meeting next week.
So I wonder what number one cedar shingles are a square nowadays, $140 or something. Anyway, okay, so we're on receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? That carries. And a recommendation, please. And seconded. No discussion. Anybody opposed? Carried. On to service 672, Bay and Sound Community Facilities. Move to second on receipt.
All right. So 672 Bainstown Community Facility Support. Again, no proposed changes to the service, but as discussed in the last presentation, we do hope to work towards developing funding policy and funding agreements over 2026. Some accomplishments in 2025 included condition assessments being completed on the Fanning Bay Seniors Hall, Fanning Bay Community Hall, and the Union Bay Hall. Also, all the halls are incredibly busy. Every time that we visit them, and I'm sure the directors too, there's activities all day and all week. So that's a huge accomplishment for the volunteers who run those facilities. And trends, challenges, and opportunities, again, aging facilities requiring major capital intervention, increasing operational costs, insurance, and electricity, recruiting and retaining those volunteers, and but again, great opportunities. They're very busy and very active community halls with pickleball. I think there's pickleball in every facility in that area. If they can find a space for it, they have it. Fitness programs, music programs, card games, concerts, a lot of really great stuff that they're doing. Again, same work plan items for this year. I don't know if there's any questions regarding 672. Maybe we could talk about that at the end. Human resources remains unchanged for 2026. On the expense side, the only major change is the addition of debt for the purchase of the Fannie Bay Senior Hall at $136,000 in 2026. On the next slide, you'll see the allocations for grants to the community organizations based on the proposed budget. And then after that, another slide to see what they've requested this year. So here in this one, we've got what we've allocated for the community hall in this service area. Again, it's not what they've requested, but a total allocation of 53,708. And this generally was brought forward from the 2025 budget. But going to my comment about like aging facilities and that sort of thing, this is what they have applied for this year. And so there is the opportunity for the director to consider whether or not he wants to increase the requisition or the budget to get closer to some of those requests, or look at some other alternatives. So Fallen Altars is actually requesting a slight reduction from 2025, so they're relatively stable. The Fannie Bay Community Hall, they requested $30,000 this year, so $11,500 for the parking lot repairs and grading. And the grading largely to move the water away from the hall and the foundation that they're having troubles with. 18.5 for operation and minor hall maintenance. They haven't submitted a formal request for funding for the foundation work, but we've been in discussion with them for quite a while. And as they were trying to work towards determining what actually needed to be done and building on a 2024 quote that they received, that's when they learned about the roof and all the work that had to be done there. So their focus had more recently been on that. So we'll be working with them over the year to look at what is needed on that. And I think their last quote was for 110,000.
Take questions?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yeah, just on that one, I think we've tentatively allocated 200,000 of community works fund this morning towards the foundation work, realizing it's a higher amount than requested, but doesn't mean we have to contract it all. As you said, it was 2024 and what year are we in? 2026 now. And in regards to your larger question, were you finished actually, or you were going to go through the Royston as well?
It's okay. Okay.
You can, okay, we
Whatever
can
you
wing
choose.
it. We can team up because I have some comments on Royston too. So yes, I guess the one item that I'm be curious is the seniors hall for Fannie Bay. So maybe you can, they have a request for 47,000. So yeah, I should have let you finish. I guess.
Yes. So yes, going back to your point, the previous request or quote the Fannie Bay Community Hall had was for 110,000, but that was only for the kitchen area, foundation under the kitchen. So they're looking towards figuring that out over the coming months, and $200,000 from Community Works will certainly help with that. Fannie Bay seniors, they're requesting 47,000 to replace the roof and also replace some of the windows. Again, they had a condition assessment done, and both of those are in need of upgrades and replacement this year. And they've got some money that they're going to be putting forward to that. The CBRD used to provide them with $6,000 a year for insurance, but now that the hall is owned by us, their insurance has dropped substantially because it's wrapped into our NIA policy. Royston Community Hall, they're 3,344 in 2025 for operations, and they're planning some electrical upgrades and could use a grant of about $7,700 there. And then Union Bay, $30,000 for operations. We didn't get a lot of details on what that included this year. They are looking for $17,000 for commercial grade propane stove and dishwasher that needs to be replaced, and $13,000 for parking lot repairs to replace sinking concrete on the south side of the hall. They're having a lot of troubles in the parking lot area there with garbage pickup, also just people moving around in the parking lot and parking appropriately. So the total request this year is $164,191. So it's more than $100,000 more than the proposed budget. Also, I just note that there is a slight error on this slide under the 2025 approved budget that should have said $73,225. So So it is quite a bit more this year. But I think it is also reflective of the age of those facilities. And the volunteers have done a great job maintaining them over the years. They've just kind of reached that critical point where more capital intervention is needed than perhaps in the past. So
Do you want to go first, Richard?
We'll let Director Hardy speak first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just again, going back to some thoughts earlier shared with regards to community work funds. And if I'm understanding correctly, there's criteria with regards to how those funds can be transferred over to different services or functions. So I am looking at these capital projects for Fanny Bay and Royston and Union Bay. I'm wondering if those capital costs that are there or that have been identified could come out of the community works funds, helping out with this service. Thanks.
Yes, I can provide some context through the chair to Director Hardy. For some of the, we would have to look at it closer from a community works perspective. What's required is it needs to be capital. And for items that are assets that are owned by our not-for-profits, there are special requirements around that. So with our new contract that came forward, there's some additional criteria that needs to be met. And we would have to make sure that the project was eligible. This morning, we had an addition of the $200,000 for the foundation. We can make adjustment to this budget to recognize that. However, staff need to come back and we need to consider those requirements for eligibility with community works funds and for ourselves as staff, as we ventured into this contract, we would be reaching out to UBCM, providing them some further detail more than we ever did before of what the project is about, and just discussing the eligibility and then coming back to this table. So you've identified a project there, but we do have to come back and make sure that we can use community works funds for those projects. So as I'm saying, for the items that are capital, there is a potential to use community works funds. And we remain with the same challenge here. Area A has overextended the use of their community works funds a few years, which I don't, financially, I don't have an issue with. That's typically how I would manage those funds, is to allow them to be up and down across the realm of 3 years, right? And go from there. Yeah.
Further question?
Yeah, thanks. And I think earlier in this presentation or one of the other ones, we made mention of a review or development of a policy. I'm just wondering again, while we're doing that, do we need to also be cognizant of some of these activities that we're talking about, whether or not we can take community work funds and tie them into capital, some of these minor capital projects that we're identifying here at the end of the day. Thanks.
For sure, we can do them, but they don't have to be tied together. We can work on the policy. And from financial services perspective, where we can maximize the use of community works funds, I suggest that we do that as quickly as we can. So the benefit is there to our taxpayers immediately. So if it's the wish of the board, we can come back even after this budget is adopted as a further task for us to circle into some of these they're not necessarily smaller. Some of these needs out here for our not-for-profits and community halls are quite large, as Trish has described, to further explore eligibility for community works funds. And we can bring it back to this table and see if that's a place where you want to be using some of the additional funds that are there.
So my understanding was always that the community works funds were not for operations.
That's correct. Community works funds are not for operations, but
Exactly.
we could use it for capital. And there's multiple capital requests that's Trish has noted here for 2026 for the halls, and also in some of your briefing notes and where it's known to us at this time. She's highlighted areas for some of these halls where going to year 2, 3, or 4, where they have some significant other asset life cycling needs that they've identified. And overall, we're identifying that all these community halls are aging. So many of them are in the same situation. We've gone through exercises to have assessments done for the building, and that was a last year's project. So we're starting to understand much more fuller what's facing us now and what's facing us to the future.
They're aging along with the
That's
population
right.
and the volunteers.
Yeah.
Director Harper?
Yeah, I think the importance of Community Works Fund currently is, I mean, it's actually quite critical for these services, and especially for the Bainstown one, because we're very close to maximum requisition in this service. And when we set it up, and I've explained that to people in Area A, we set it up so that it would pass the electoral assent process. So we set a low maximum requisition and a low requisition. But, 69,000 approved budget. And if you look, that's for 1, 2, 3, 4 halls. Five halls in Bainstown. At 70,000, Hornby alone is requesting, it was just approved for 120, and Black Creek is also at a high level. So we set him up with a little bit of a starvation model already compared to the needs that they're facing. But in that context, that's where Community Works Funds, that's why this morning I came with that 200,000, because it's like, there's how you can funnel funds into a service that is close to the max requisition. Going back into the specifics of this table, I think, and again, it doesn't say the max requisition on this, so we probably don't have room for 164,000, I would imagine.
We can provide you with.
Yeah,
that
that's okay,
information.
but I'll just, assuming that we don't have the room in the max requisition, there's, I would hold off on the 47,000 for Fanny Bay Seniors Hall. It's not that it's illegitimate, but we just helped them out in a big way last year, and we will get to them. It's just right now, the other halls have some important needs. Union Bay Community Hall is used now to getting a fair chunk with us, and they've done an excellent job the last 5 years of doing various updates with our help. And I was actually tending the dishwasher at the Christmas day there in Union Bay, and yeah, they need an upgrade for sure. But for Fanny Bay Seniors Hall, yeah, I would hold off. So then that would mean I would be willing to fund the 110,000 or whatever that the 164 minus 47 is. And then my last comment is actually related to a service that has Robin Holmes in it, and we've had a conversation. I think Royston Hall, I talked with Fred Tutt, and they actually under requested compared to where they're trying to get to. So they're trying to update their electrical panel right now, but that's in preparation for putting in a heat pump. And I was like, well, just why don't you put everything in? And then we'll decline you or we'll fund it. And I would just request the staff if we could see if some of the LG cap could be stacked into that budget so they do the electrical and the heat pump and address a lot of those needs if that is of interest to them. Because I think once you get into a capital project, I would hate for them to do the electrical and then find that actually they underside, I think those projects are good when they're done comprehensively. So that's my feedback on that one. But yeah, I don't know if you have the max requisition yet, but I'd be willing to go to max requisition and other than Fanny Bay Seniors Hall, fund as much as we can of these requests.
Right, and just referring to your briefing note, Trish, because you did have that in there. And if you want to go back, it's highlighted in the briefing note as well. So the maximum levy for the service in 2025 was just under $230,000. Yeah.
Oh.
The rate per thousand was 0.089.
Sorry, I screwed up. I thought it was much lower threshold. So that's good news. I would still hold up for the 47.
Oh.
And then do everything else with an asterisk to check in maybe with when we get that LG cap back, whether this project could be selected for a.
Director Arbor, can you just give me 1 minute, please, just to check my facts? One second.
And over to Lucy. Again.
Kelly, she's got some more exact numbers. So from the sheet and what's published, you have 200, sorry. $228,000. You got about $13,000 in room. Because currently we are requisitioning 215 for 2026 in what's included and proposed. Make sense?
Director?
Yeah, if the, my colleagues would agree to that. I know it's a jump and I know I talked tough on budgeting and the 9% we're facing, but where I talk tougher is when, I see the 1 million, 2 million going to rec facilities in town and seeing these halls that are, as they said, providing all these services to residents in Area A running on like few-ish budgets. I would be happy to increase the requisition for this year to whatever that sum was minus the 47,000, which will probably still be, I don't know, a 60% increase in that budget or something like that. But I think it also, it needs that, because as we're starting to get those reports, like I have no problem going to election, talking to people about that, these halls, we're starting to get these condition assessment and there's a major need and there's only a few places that they can get money from and we're the main one.
So if I can just confirm, so from the our slide number 9, where you see all of the requests that have come forward from our halls, what you're asking for is for them to be endorsed minus the 47,000. Okay, and we may just need a minute just to confirm that all fits within the budget without increasing the requisition, and it doesn't seem like it does. And if you want to just give us some few minutes to do that, if that's okay. Yeah, we can also do that. And that would be actually maybe, overall, that may be quite good for this service, because we can further consider the allocation for the Fannie Bay Foundation work and also consider your desires around this and come back with it. So it's a great place for, if you want to just defer this decision to your Wednesday meeting, that would be great.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, I'll make votes.
Director Hardy's deferred it, seconded by Director Arbor. Okay, then time and place, we got it. So anybody opposed? Hold on.
Was there a need for direction to staff beyond that? Or, we've had the discussion, I think we know where we're at, but
I think the only other suggestion would be to look at whether it's at its 5-year mark and if there's a possibility to increase it with the 25% director's consent, and looking to Jake for how that works for the requisition, because we're going to be far short from what our initial analysis shows will be far short from what's suggested there from the group's asks.
yeah, so I think part of deferral would be to direct staff to come back with summary of adjustment based on our discussion, including consideration of increasing the max requisition by 25%.
So we can do that with director's assent. Just the three of us can increase the
It's a process.
requisition, so. Okay, so
Just to confirm, the intention with that increased maximum requisition is for implementation in which year? Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
no,
Great. Okay, just want to make sure that.
okay.
I don't think there's enough time to be able to consider a bylaw change to increase max requisition for this tax cycle. It would have to be for the 27 service. Yeah.
Okay, so are we clear as mud? Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing, Chair,
Yes.
if I could to that. You also have this work that Trish and Doug have spoke about coming forward from a policy perspective. There's lots of great work that's happening right now to understand the needs of these community halls. So with all of that further information coming forward, I think you'll be in a really good place to understand what those needs are to the future, and for us to obviously to be planning taxation and other funding going forward. Okay.
So on the deferral motion, call a question. Anybody opposed? That moves us right along. Denman Island Community Facilities. 675, moved and seconded. Who's got the clicker?
I think Jake's also got his clicker too, so. So, yeah, 670, oh, no, that's 676. So close.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh. Well, Denman Island's out of luck.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Ding, 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 ding.
It's a.
Calling 675, your order's up.
That's from I just sent it to you.
Now serving
Does that
675.
help? It's okay.
One for a third and final time.
There we go.
Here we go. 675, Denman Island Communities Facility Service. We move your seat yet? Okay, I'll move it. There you go.
There we
There's
go.
Denman Island Hall. Over to Trish.
Thank you. Through the chair to the committee. Service 675 provides operating and capital assistance to Denman Island community facilities. Again, no changes planned to the service, but again, working on the agreements and developing that policy. Some accomplishments in 2025, the Activity Center replaced the front doors to improve accessibility and security. And the community hall had a big year with installing a shed to house some of their recreation gear, a new roof for the generator and heat pump building, and also getting some sound gear put in place. Again, same kind of challenges and opportunities are facing the facilities on Denman Island. again, with increasing costs of capital, and again, getting it to that age where more capital intervention is required. Increasing costs for insurance, other operating costs, and recruiting and retaining the volunteers. But again, very, very busy. It's impressive how much use the facilities get used every single day. Same work plan items for 2026. Our human resources again remain unchanged, like in the other services. On the expense side, in terms of the expensive, they've decreased by 8,265 as a result of reduction to transfer to reserves. And the proposed budget to the grants to other organizations have just increased slightly by $500. Oh, okay, now my presentation. Oh, there we go. This is what is in the proposed budget. So for Demon Seniors and Museum Society annual operating grant of $19,000, but increasing to 19,500 for 2026. In the proposed, there's $15,000 for capital repairs. And then for the community hall, 25,000 for our annual operating grant and 22,000 for minor capital. And so that's what's in the proposed. But again, going to the next slide, it shows what they have actually requested. So DSMS again has asked for 19,500, which aligns with what was in the proposed budget. For capital repairs, it says $15,000 here, and I apologize, there was an error. It should say 25,000. So they'd like to carry forward their $15,000 from last year and have another $25,000 this year to work on their making their washrooms accessible. The total cost of that project is about $63,000, and they will fund the rest of it. But what they're trying to do is amalgamate some of the washrooms, make them accessible and universal. Because right now they're very tiny washrooms, they're very difficult to get in, and if you have any mobility challenges, they're extremely difficult to use. So that is kind of that is their high priority for this year. For the community hall, they would like $26,000 this year to replace the metal siding on the back hall. So the total requested funds is actually 96,500, not 86,500. On the revenue side, if the committee goes forward with the proposed budget, just a very slight increase in the tax requisition to meet the proposed budget. And again, if they move forward with the proposed budget, the estimated tax rate would increase slightly from 10.47 cents to 10.68 cents per thousand. Looking ahead to 2027 to 2030, here are the projections that we're seeing at this time. It is a relatively stable contribution to the community organizations, which is lower than what might be needed to support their capital and operations over the next few years. And again, this is something that as we work through that process to establish their agreements and those more fulsome 5-year budgets, we may see this change as we move forward. The expenditure reserve is for the community halls. And right now it's at 121,000 estimated by the end of this year, with a closing balance of 141,000 by 2030. So moving forward to the options and recommendations. The recommendation is that the proposed financial plan for 675 be approved. However, alternatively, the committee may wish to consider increasing the budget in 2026 to support the capital works for both Denman Seniors and Denman Community Hall. Again, Denman Seniors has asked for an additional $10,000, and the Community Hall has asked for an additional $5,000. Are there any questions?
Questions from Dr. Harbour?
Yeah, thanks. Did you say one slide was partly incorrect? Because I'm most interested in this one, the max requisition.
Yes.
Not the max, just the requisition. Because it just shows an increase of 3,000 for this coming year. So what you're saying is you would use, there's some reserves that you would assign to the service to.
Through the chair to Lucy or Kelly, I think we have the option I'm looking to them. I think they're looking up numbers. I think we have the option to use reserves or I'm just gonna look at my notes here. There, it looks like there is a little bit of, there's some room there also to increase the requisition as well, so.
Okay.
To the chair, through this, for this particular service, there is 2026 projected balance for reserves is $121,000. And I don't think the increase that you're contemplating is large, or if you're just
3,000.
looking 3,000, so we can.
I think that's what it was on the slide. Yeah, and knowing that there's fairly healthy reserves, and that goes for pretty much all Denman services, like for the next couple of years until we get their fire hall through the financial process and build. I'd really like to minimize service increases on Denman, so to hold tight for a bit. There's no like huge capital projects they're contemplating at the moment, so a tiny adjustment that's proposed is fine for $3,000, but anything beyond, I would be resistant to. It's a small tax base, right? So I think for us to show that we're holding everything steady and then have the fire hall discussion was probably the best course for the community.
If I can, just make sure I understand what you were asking for. So you are focusing in on taxation. Our taxation is going up $2,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. $2,000 where taxation is going up. Are you asking for that to be mitigated with transfers from reserves so that our taxes stay static from 2025 to 2026? Okay. And you're not contemplating increasing any of the grants to other groups at this time, just to make sure.
Yeah, that's correct. And then the only thing I would say is make that to 2027 in the financial plan, like you said, to 2026, but I'd say like try to plan for also no increases, even in conversations with those groups so that they know we're really honing in on the fire hall. As a
Okay,
priority.
understand. We'll do that.
All righty then. Are we ready for receipt? Anyone opposed? Carried. And the recommendation
With an amendment,
with the amendment
Yes.
that we,
to hold taxation steady at $88,000 for 2026 and 2027. $86,000 for 26 and 27.
and the seniors, Fannie Mae seniors, we don't need to add that onto this at this point.
Not.
It's just a direction. Okay. Oh, damn it, I'm sorry. Okay, so as amended. Anybody opposed? Carries. Now, 676 Puntledge North Community Facility Support. And back over to Trish. Thank you.
All right, 676 Puntledge North Community Facilities. So again, like the other services, no proposed changes, same work plan as we have with the other ones going forward. The human resources remains unchanged for the service. And then the majority of the expenses are related to the grants provided to the community halls in the service and transferred to reserves for capital for the Black Creek Community Hall. Overall, the proposed budget is down by $51,000 in 2026. In 2025, the grants to community organizations totaled approximately $153,000. Excluding capital for the Merville Hall, if this budget is maintained for operations, then the grants will be reduced to approximately $115,000. The next slide, however, shows what the groups have applied for. And again, like in the other presentations, a number of the halls are needing some additional capital intervention. And then also Black Creek has requested some additional funds for wages. So on this one, we've got Merville Hall operations. Largely the operational funding there goes to their insurance, which is $13,000 is what they've requested this year. They would also like $22,000 for stage upgrades, chairs, exterior painting, gutters, and downspouts. They did a lot of capital work in 2025, so their capital request is less this year. The Black Creek Community Hall, they are seeking a 25% increase to pay employees a living wage. They are a little bit different than the other community halls where they operate more like a rec center, more like a true rec center, although the other ones do offer obviously a lot of recreational programming. So they've received 86,799 for the past 5 years. They do plan to increase their own rental fees and fitness room fees to also try to address, the cost of the increase in wages. But they are looking for the CBRD to add an additional $21,700 this year, if possible. On the Helby Hall, they're remaining stable at around $5,000. On Dove Creek, they're seeking an additional $3,000, and that's to repair, restore the community picnic tables and benches, do some maintenance, and also purchase a portable AED for the hall. We have removed also the $6,000 for the halls as an unallocated amount, and instead looking to allocate funds rather than having some money that's left there for unexpected reasons, because that we could come back with a budget amendment if needed. So overall, there's only an increase of about $2,900 from the previous year, even though there could be potentially a large increase to the Black Creek Community Hall. On the revenue side, the proposed budget, if it is adopted, the taxation will remain the same at 146,000. And it's estimated that the tax rate will decrease slightly from 2.46 to 2.4 cents per thousand. The operating budget, the projections for 2027 to 2030 shows the grants to organizations holding at the 115,000 mark. This, depending on what the committee chooses for Black Creek, would have to be changed in the future, because Black Creek is requesting almost that same amount just to for their own operations and for the increase in the wages. The future expenditure reserve for Black Creek Community Hall is projected to be at 130,000 by the end of 2026, and by 2030 to be around 223,000. So moving ahead to the options, the recommendation is that the proposed 2026 to 2030 financial plan for the service, 676 Published North Community Facilities, be approved. Alternatively, the budget could be increased to account for some of those additional asks. Overall, the organizations have requested a total of about 41,000 to the proposed budget. Now I'm sure there'll be some questions. Maybe I'll go back to.
I have a question. So the Black Creek Hall has its own requisition, correct? It's got its own catchment area, and it's got its own tax requisition just for that association.
So that's an evolution from, how many years ago did we expand the purpose? 2 years ago?
So that this has taken its place. So they
That's
don't
correct.
have the ability to just draw from their catchment area.
Correct.
The whole.
The service now, 676, is for supports all of these halls you note on the screen here, not just the Black Creek Community Hall.
Well, Black Creek, of course, as you say, is a little bit of a different fish. They actually have paid staff. Nobody else does, which is why they get all those grants they get, because they have the time and the expertise to work on them, whereas the Merville Hall applies and never gets any of them. Okay, so you want Director Arbor? Okay.
I'm pretty sure, just on that in 2020, it used to be just the Black Creek service, and then it's area B and C joined together, you and Arzina at the time, to add all these halls to the service. You kept the requisition the same for Black Creek from that point on, but you added these other ones. So Pretty sure that's how that went down, because at the same time,
Yeah.
we created the Bain Sound service at the same time.
So the ceiling we have for maximum requisition is what on this service? 676.
Do have it here in front of me if you want me to. So for 676. It's 308,431.
So there's headroom if we need it,
Mhm.
but it would have to be pretty well have to be on the 27 budget, right? 027 or we, because I'm thinking with the Merville Hall, of course, there is a possibility of a request coming in for the Mac Lang building moving on site. So I'm just wondering if is any cushion there.
I think you have room, most likely, to
Yeah.
do what you would like to do, because right now for 2026, your requisition taxation.
We'll
requisition
go
is-
with it as
Yeah,
presented.
it's 146 and you have room up to 308.
Okay.
Okay.
Good to know. Any other questions?
I just want to be clear that I understand, I think. So the proposed budget would see expenses to these organizations to the total of $114,989. But Trish, if you go to the previous slide.
Yep.
So this is the requested funding from those organizations. And it would require the committee to amend the proposed budget to reflect that if you wanted to support the organizations at these levels.
Yeah, because that's quite a big increase for Black Creek. It really is. But you know, they haven't right now. Merville hasn't made any requests regarding the move of the building on site. So there's nothing on the books. Okay.
You're okay where it's at, where we have it for proposed? Is that what I'm hearing, Director Grieve?
Well, I'm just curious about the 25% lift for Black Creek. If it's just for wages, that's operations, right?
I think Doug might have something to add here. I don't want to confuse the 25% lift being the 25% increase to the maximum requisition that has been talked about in other services.
No,
No, okay.
just for their wages or what have you.
Doug, did you have something to add?
Not specific to this year, but more so in specific to the Black Creek Community Hall. So in previous years, when we started this service, we did meet with the board there. And we did ask them politely to hold their requisition for a number of years as we brought other community halls on board. So it wasn't as much of an impact on the tax base. And then this year and maybe last year, we decided you can now maybe come forth and ask the director if there's an appetite to move away from that hold where they were sitting for a number of years at a constant requisition. And their rationale was they felt it was a good time to come forward, and their main rationale, and Trish can add to this, was to pay their employees at least the CVRD living wage, well, the Comox Valley living wage. So that's kind of where the history is and why you're seeing this big bump at once was partly because of that ask to hold as we brought the other community halls into the service.
Okay, well, one thing I will say with Black Creek is they're very efficient and very fiscally prudent. So I guess if we've held back that long, I guess it merits a 25% bump. So I'd be willing to support it as it stands here, knowing that there is still funds there should the Merville Hall come forward with a request around their excavation of the site.
So just to confirm, then for Black Creek Community Hall, that their requisition, the grant funding going to them will be 108,499. And currently in the budget, it's sitting there at 86,799.
Understood.
Okay, so we will amend this budget to increase the grant to Black Creek Community Hall by the $21,000. By 21,700. Sorry, Trish, you want to confirm?
And to the chair, was there any other amendments to any of the other organizations? Dove Creek's asked for an extra $3,000.
Yeah, so it would be as $8,000 for Dove Creek.
Mhm.
Halby's $1 more this year. I don't know if we can afford that. Yeah, and Merville, that's just their capital. I don't know what that 22,000 is supposed to be, what they propose on doing. I know their big thing right now, of course, if you read the papers, is moving the Mac Lang building onto the site. So,
Trish, sorry to interrupt, Chair.
I do.
Dove
Trish,
Creek.
do you want to speak to the Dove Creek call?
Yeah, Dove Creek.
Request?
Yeah, you did. You mentioned a porta potty.
Dove
Yes.
Creek is working to rehab and replace some of their picnic tables and benches.
Yeah.
Some of the halls, the tables and chairs in the hall, and a portable AED. Whereas Merville, the $22,000 is for stage upgrades, chairs, exterior painting, gutters and downspouts, and partial replacement of their metal roof.
Hmm.
And they
Okay.
did not, they didn't talk about moving of the Mac Lane building.
No.
That I recall.
Well, it's still in flux. I think we all know the backstory there. Okay. Then as presented, I would look at the 2026 requested funding and approve that. But I'm just saying, yeah, so we're on receipt. Anything else? We're good? Okay. So on receipt, anybody opposed? Okay, that carries, and moves the grant as requested for 2026. Second. Any discussion? And we do have the headroom of 308.43, so. Okay, so.
Chair,
on-
I'm so sorry. Can I just to double check that the requested amounts from the community halls, as is on the screen, that's what you would like to endorse?
Yeah, the 2026.
It was the figure that I was,
Yeah,
are we good?
yeah, that's it.
56,
Yeah.
539.
Thank you.
Except for that $1 that the Halby Hall wants. I think that's just overreach.
Okay, thank you.
5,003. No, I'm just being funny. Okay. As presented, yeah, as it reads on the screen. Anybody opposed?
Great.
Carries. Okay. Now from Putley's North to Hornby Island Comfort Stations.
No presentation needed. Yeah.
We're gonna present a porta potty. Okay. So this needs a receipt, motion to receive. Okay. Over to Mark.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors, here to present 688 Hornby Island Comfort Station Service, which supports outhouse services on Hornby Island, participants being those on Hornby Islands. We are looking for a small increase in 2026. In terms of accomplishments, we are still waiting for permits to support the Little Tribune Bay toilet replacement project. It is coming along, so our professional staff are pushing that, and hopefully we can kind of get to that this year. But that does remain with the province in terms of those approvals. This service does support 4 permanent outhouses, 2 temporary outhouses, and we're requesting funding for a 3rd temporary outhouse in 2026. So in terms of trends and challenges, the reserves do remain low and not sufficient to support our capital requests and effective asset management moving forward. And again, our provincial permit wait times remain long, which are really hindering our projects and for this service. There is an opportunity to amalgamate the service with 620, which could potentially reduce some administrative costs. And then the new campground being built by BC Parks near Tribune Bay will provide a better house option on Shields Road moving forward once that's completed. In terms of expenses, slight increase to support services. Grants are up by 5,000, which is a request from HERA for additional rentals and pump out increased costs. General contracts up approximately 3,500, and that would be for a porta potty at Ford's Cove. No transfer to reserves proposed in this budget. Transfer to other services up slightly to basically offset project management costs being supported by the 620. And minor capital, we've got an increase of 10,000, but that 20,000 will be carried forward. So we have 30,000 for that Little Tribune Bay project. Revenues, we're looking at a 16% increase or a $6,000 increase for 2026. And then slight increases over time to start to add in reserve contributions to the service. So this code shows a little bit of our taxation and just kind of increases. The only kind of one that's a little bit different is the minor capital at the end of 2030, which is to support Whaling Station outhouse replacement, the planning of that. There's our FE reserves. So no contributions being made in 2026, but then contributions being made in 2027 through to 2030 to start to build up that FE reserve. So happy to take questions.
Dr. Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I'll actually just trigger out an idea. I think I'll talk to Karen Ross about the potential use of MRDT funds for part of this service, because it really goes to a lot of visitors to the island in the summer. Just a thought. What about the porta potty at Fort Cove? That was a hot kind of debated thing for a while, and Tony Law did a lot of work on that in the past year at Hara. So is it going to go where that bike rack used to be, just by just abutting the Fort Cove Marina outhouse?
I'm actually not sure.
Not sure. That's
Yeah, no, it was just.
I can be patient. It sounds like it's solved though, because for a while they were looking at a site in the provincial park up the road. So I think they resolved on that. So it's fine if you don't have the information. I'll find out some other way. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? On receipt, call the question. All in favor? Carried. On the recommendation. Anyone opposed? Carries. Service 621 electoral areas A, B, and C parks and greenways. Motion to receive. And over Mark.
Thanks. Just waiting for her. Thank you. So here to present Service 621, the Bain Sound electoral areas A, B, and C Parks and Greenways service, which provides operation and for community parks and trails within the Bain Sound portion of electoral A, as well as areas B and area C. In terms of changes, there is a service review that is planned for 2026. In terms of accomplishments, we had accomplishments in each of our areas this year. In Area A, we were able to partner with the Union Bay Community Hall to construct the Union Bay Playground on the Community Hall lands. which was very well received in the community. In Area B, we were able to complete the Lazo Greenway, which was in partnership with the town of Comox, as well as the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. So that's been a project that's been on the books for a lot of years. So it's really great to see that being completed and getting lots of use. We were also able to complete the first phase of the Dyke Road project, which was kind of in the intertidal area, and have just started the upland portion, phase 2, which will be kicking off here this week. In terms of Area C, we were able to acquire some land for some future expansion of the One Spot Trail, and we're able to build a small little connector trail within the Hillview neighborhood. So lots of good things happened in 2025. In terms of trends and challenges, the service does have limited staff resources and a large and ever increasing work plan. How to balance our operational demands with asset management, with park development, and with our park planning commitments remain a challenge. Operationally, with climate change, we're getting lots of weather impacts. We saw the flood event that just recently occurred, our king tide events, events with wind that cause tree damage. Those kind of things are ever increasing each year. We're still struggling for storage space, kind of vandalism happens each year, and then just our carrying capacity continues to be challenged. So we look at Goose Spit that in 2020 had 220,000 odd visitors, and now we're up 73% to 440,000 visitors. So you're starting to see that across all of our parks, just strong operational carrying capacity challenges. Permitting and approvals, those are taking longer. Projects are more complicated, and permitting and approvals are taking a long time. We've had permits waits of up to 3 years. And then also some of our parks, some of our larger ones like Seal Bay and Goose Spit, there's regional expectations on some of those parks, which are really putting challenges on our resources. In terms of opportunities, there's lots of opportunities to build relationships and trust with our partners. We have strong community volunteers that help us. And I think there's a large opportunity with a strategic plan update which is planned for after the service review to really help refocus the service. In terms of human resources, slight adjustment in terms of correction, an error that was made last year that for a staff position that didn't happen. So we're at 436. We are requesting supports in 2027, small increase for a branch assistant. Like to bring on a parks planner, so a small bit of that FTE in coordination with the regional parks, and then a park technician at 0.75. Excuse me. In terms of our work plan, the goal really here this year was to reduce the workload with the understanding that many projects are ongoing and they need to continue. So based on that and our limited capacity, we tried to look at limiting activation of new parks. We looked at trying to remove some of our more labor-intensive park programs, looking to limit work on large multi-jurisdictional projects, exploring decommissioning of assets at the end of the useful life rather than repairing or replacing them, and looking to limit new management plans moving forward. In terms of all of the area, we, as I said, looking at the ABC strategic plan update to be initiated this year, and we are looking at rescinding the beach access invasive plant program. So in terms of work plan for areas A, B, and C, would you like to stop in? Sure. Yeah.
Is it okay? So you talk about the beach access, you're just gonna eliminate the brushing of it, is that right?
Well, we had a beach access invasive plant.
Invasive plant, yeah.
A certain amount of allocation each year to look at certain accesses, but it's staff heavy in terms of the resources to work with the partners. So I'm just looking at a consideration to not support that moving forward. But obviously that's for this committee to decide. And so I'm just looking at each of the areas individually. So for area A, looking at the planning and design for the Royston Seaside platform, looking to do inventory and analysis for Union Bay Nature Park. So these are all the new ones, not continuing capital. And then for the Craig Derrick Park, looking to kind of initiate site investigation planning to confirm the location in 2027. For electoral area B, we've got all our approvals in place to do the Seal Bay work, which has been about 3 years or so in the making, and that would be to make Copeland Loop more accessible trail, to support improvements on the Don Apps trail, and to replace the Capes Creek Bridge, and also work with the Ministry of Transportation on a crosswalk across Bates. So a lot of really great stuff there being planned for 2026. We are looking at continuing with the Goose Pit Beach Fire program, but I suggest that we maybe revisit it in the future because it is a very intensive, resource-heavy program, and with climate change and things happening, whether we should be continuing with that program moving forward. The Dyke Road Park, we are going to move into phase 2, as I said, with the construction phase. And then the Seal Bay one, that's a small little washroom near Eagles Trail that we're proposing that we decommission in 2026. For electoral area C, we're continuing to work on the one spot Solom Crossing, the planning and design. So that is still with Ministry of Transportation for review right now. Building on that is some hedgerow work. We're planning to continue and finish the Maris Nature Park Management Plan. Do some bridge repairs for Bear Creek Nature Park, looking at a full rebuild in, I believe, 10 years' time. So it would just be repairs for 2026. And looking at postponing the Spike Road Park Management Plan for a later date. So in terms of expenses, a big increase to support services, personnel costs down, material costs down, contract services down. That one is a large decrease because that's the Union Bay Playground got completed in 2025. So that's where that 250K is coming from. Debt charges down slightly, transfers to reserve down slightly to help with the taxation. And then minor capital also down as we try to kind of streamline the work plan. So for revenue, we're looking at a proposed tax increase of 1% or 21,000. That's about it on that slide. Moving forward, just kind of small increases being planned moving forward. The 2027-2030 projections, I don't think there's anything kind of unusual in there other than the debt charges. So that's for the Spike Park property purchase that would be ending in 2027. So in terms of capital planning, in terms of asset management, here's some of the things that we worked on in 2025. We replaced the roof on the Lazo Wildlife building. We prepped the log wall for the winter, and it held up pretty well this year. We upgraded all the mountain bike trails in Nymph Falls for public safety reasons, and we continue to monitor the Bear Creek vehicle bridge, and it's still looking okay even after our big flood event, but we do continue to monitor it. So just this service alone, we have 77 parks that we manage and operate with 1,750 assets, and there's 123 kilometers of trail. So a significant amount of assets, and that this service looks after. Asset management, I think that's just highlighting that in 2028, we're looking at a natural asset management inventory. So part of the asset management plan. Looking at our capital. So this is our new capital moving forward. So monies for Royston viewing area planning, monies for the Union Bay Nature Park, and some money for Craig Derrick in Area A. And in Area B, those would be largely asset management. So Goose Bay Greenways out in 2030, the Capes Creek Bridge replacement that we'd like to amalgamate in with the rest of the Seal Bay works in 2026, and then moving the Quonset in 2027. And then for Area C, they got the 1.4 million there. That's for the one spot Solom Crossing. And then we've got some money allocated in for Maris in 2027. The 100,000 there, that's to do the repairs on the Bear Creek Bridge this year. And then we've got some monies in Nymph Falls for some trail upgrades in 2027. And then in 2028, 2029, looking at parking lot upgrades. So, asset management there. Greenways in Masters, that's 50K for restoration work. And then the Pinecrest is asset management at 80 grand in 2030. And then we've got a new vehicle, not a new vehicle, but a vehicle replacement in 2027 for one of our trucks from gas to electric. Long term, all of these are asset management costs only, looking after what we already have. And Area C, same thing. The 400,000 that's the full bridge replacement for the vehicle bridge. And then here's our reserves are at the end of 2025, 195 in our FE reserve, 480-ish in our capital works, 800-ish in our strategic plan, 880 in our parks acquisition, and 110 in our development cost charge reserve fund. So our FE, we're looking to add over the next 5 years to try to get it into a more healthy location. Capital Works Reserve, again, looking to add contributions, but you can see that the demands on our asset management also require transfers from those reserves. So, our Capital Works reserves ended up being a very similar balance from the end of 2026 and the end of 2023 or 2030, sorry. But over time, to the 10-year, then we're starting to look at Capital Works reserve balances that are more healthy at the end of 2035, with that kind of a reduction in our work plan scope. Strategic plan reserve, again, kind of adding onto that to try to build up that large 845,000 reduction in 2026 is to support the one spot trail Solom Crossing project. And our park acquisition reserve, looking at adding contributions to that over time to get us up to some monies that we can actually start to acquire something for this reserve. And our DCCs. And that's about it. The service does support a lot of environmental stewardship programs that relies heavily on community partnerships. So a huge thank you to all the community partners that help with our service delivery. We work closely with Comox First Nation on a number of our projects. So I think all in all, successful project or service. I'm about happy to take questions.
Thanks, Mark. And Director Arber.
Yeah, thanks. That's a really excellent and strong and realistic budget, I think, that you've put together. I'm actually quite impressed with the thoughtfulness around the give and takes that you're considering, both knowing that the service is under operational pressure, but also political pressure from myself. So I just want to show appreciation for putting together a budget that I think is really quite strong and is just like at a point in a year that is more difficult for, as we go through the service review process. And I like the selection that you did around, some of the priorities. There's give and take, right? And I think that signal that I welcome because it's under pressure adjustments. And I think you've selected some things that make a lot of sense. Even I was curious because the Goose Pit Fire was one that we canceled sort of last term and then it came back. But I was reading the report that it's actually generating the most bylaw complaints in the entire park service, right? And there's a number of issues moving forward. So I thought it was pretty realistic as well to talk about, what is the future consideration for that particular one. It's not in my area and maybe it won't be after the service review at all, but one request I would have though, and I think it's like 2 days of faller or chainsaw work. I had a resident point me to Union Bay Nature Park and I went a couple of weekends ago and walked the dog there. And I guess the concern is immediate risks on that main trail, including above head. There's this giant widowmaker that just above the trail, about 500 meters in, as well as some downfall from like winter storms and stuff like that. So I just thought I'd bring it up today so that it's in the awareness. I don't think it's technical, maybe expensive work. I don't think it's staff. Like we need to have somebody, in my opinion, kind of go and reduce that risk. And then for everything else, yeah, it's good. Thank you. And I think it'll be really great to do that engagement in Royston. I really want to show appreciation for, the open house we'll collectively have in a few weeks. And I think it'll be good to get some community feedback and send some next step. And as I say, to the end of the term, my expectations around actual capital project delivery has gone way down, especially with the service review, but to position for, what's next, I think is what is important this year. So yeah, thank you. I was, when I opened the budget this weekend, I was really impressed.
Okay, yeah, maybe the Solon Crossing. You said that we're waiting for MOT now to review it?
Yeah, we're waiting for MOTT to provide comments on the 90%, which was sent to them. We're also waiting on some hedgerow, some of the planting plan work that the agricultural committee
Yeah.
had requested us to do. So we are doing that work,
Good.
and that is going to be included in our ALC application. So the ALC application still needs to be forthcoming as well. So I think
12 years and we're moving full speed ahead, right?
I think the reality is that 2026 will be waiting for permits and approvals for the crossing project.
From senior government.
Yes.
Well, that's disappointing. Would this be a good time to consider taking some of our Canada Community Works funds and putting it into the bridge? Because I understand that I can do that for the bridge project, because that's going to be a considerable sum of money right now. How is it being budgeted right now? Is it mostly we have reserve funds for that, or we need?
I'll maybe ask
wonder.
finance to chip in there, but I know there's 845,000 coming from reserve contributions, which I believe could come from community works funds, but.
1 second.
Seems like one of those 1 steps forward, 2 steps back, or maybe 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I'm not sure where we're at with this.
Mark, do you have any further info on specifics on that project? Was it a 2025? We're just trying to pinpoint which project it is.
It's a one spot project.
One spot.
And it'll be in 2026.
Okay.
There's 1.4 million there.
It's under the 1.4 million.
Yeah.
The existing funding for that project right now is, there is 575,000 that's allocated from community works funds. And 845,000 coming from the strategic plan reserve,
From which?
the strategic plan reserve.
Okay. But the total's over 2 million, isn't it?
No, it's 1.42.
Is it? I thought with the towers, it was going to be an extra.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for full costing, but the plan is to use the bridge that we've got in storage right now,
Yes, of
which
course,
is going
add
to
to that.
save like considerable amount of money.
Yeah.
And then also there is maybe an opportunity to access the bridge to do the installation via crane, which would substantially also reduce cost. So those are still in the works as well. So, but we didn't really want to explore that until we start to get our approvals through our senior approvals, so we know that we can move forward with those.
So when we get approval through the ALC and MOTT, we still have DFO, don't we?
And I don't know.
Salmon bearing.
I'm not sure. Well, we're
River?
not putting any piles within.
Oh, right,
the
it's in
actual,
in the
stream.
riparian area. Okay, so I'll keep my powder dry on that one, I guess. What was the other one? Oh, yeah, Maris Park. You talked about 100,000 from Maris Park. Do we still have that option of a donation of up to 150 or whatever from the original owner? Or is that sort of passed?
I believe that that's still potentially a possibility. So we just need to finish our management plan here. And then once that is finished, then we can kind of reach out to the donor and see if that's.
Okay, I know they were pushing, you wanted it last year.
Yeah.
So it may have dried up.
I don't believe it has.
Things move at the speed of government, you know? Okay. So I'm just curious, because that would be a real shot in the arm too, right? For that park, so. Right.
Chair Green?
Yep.
I just want to confirm, do you want us to use some more community works funds on the One Spot Trail project?
Well, what's our shortfall right now? Because every year we leave it, it's going to increase by, 12-15% anyway in cost. So
Yeah, at the moment, that particular project has the 865,000 that's coming from one of the reserves.
yeah,
We could fund that fully
Strategic
with
reserve.
community works. We can fund this whole project with community works funds. If you'd like to use up some more of the balance, because
Yeah,
you
I
have
would.
about $1.5 million available.
well, we don't have to make that decision right now, but maybe we should just get a rough estimate of what it would cost if that would expedite the project. I'd like to be still around, I just saying.
I think at this stage, we're still waiting for senior approvals. So I don't know if we necessarily need to make those allocations right now.
We'll just leave it for now, but yeah, it's good to know I've got that in my hip pocket. Because like I say, I'd like to see project come to fruition in my lifetime. Right. Okay, so where are we at? We're on receipt? Sir, sorry, didn't see you. Director Hardy.
Yeah, just through the chair to the staff, question regarding senior approvals. I'm just wondering what senior approvals we need, and if there's any need for some advocacy work from the chair and others here at this table with regards to getting those approvals dealt with sooner rather than later.
Is that for the One Spot Trail project? The big one will be ALC approval. So we are working on our application. So that we should have that forthcoming here fairly soon. And so if there's a way to help with advocacy to the ALC, that would be welcome for sure.
I would think there's AVICC coming up. We rub shoulders with all those people down there, so that might be a good time to put a bug in ears. Just Yale.
Yeah, I think, yeah, thanks for the suggestion and, like with any application, until we get the application in the queue, then, we want to make sure we get the application in first, and then if we find there's need for additional advocacy, we can certainly let you know. And when you've got an opportunity to speak with anybody that might be able to influence the outcomes, of course, that would be assisted, would be helpful. But I think the first step really is to get those applications in and get that ball rolling in that way.
Is it a ball or is it a rock uphill? Okay, so on receipt, any opposition? That carries, and recommendation. Moving second recommendation, any more discussion? On recommendation, anybody opposed? And that carries. So we don't have any media questions. We don't have closed session. So I would entertain a motion to terminate. We're terminated. Thanks a lot, everybody. Nothing more fun than budget. This is it. Doesn't get better.